Yeah, we'll wait until more people are on. So, let's go ahead and hit record. Let's talk to some companions, right? That sounds like a good move. Go talk to the best companion in the game.
You ever think about getting away from all this, Captain? The war, the huts, all of it? Horde's at peace now. It'd be a simpler life.
You're dumb.
Aren't you the one who said we can't turn our backs on the war?
Nah, that was some other kid you picked up on Ord Mantell. After everything we've done, guess I'm just feeling like hiding my head in the sand. BD always had something to say about that. Gets you shot in the end. Better to face it head on.
Yeah, then he was killed by his girlfriend. Don't forget that part. Correct, pancakes. 8 instead of 10, put simply. Oops. Finally, with you, I'm a person. For a century, I was property, a weapon. Bodar. Something you can trade, like your gun, or something better.
Hey, don't go insulting my peace. She's gotten me through a lot.
You're a softie, Captain. Don't give up a blaster, you'd never give up a friend. I do not stop thinking about the gambler, the one who abandoned me to Druga. It was my own fault. I chose to go with him.
Last I checked, most slaves don't get to pick their owners.
My owner was an imperial slaver. He used me for hard labor in the day and then the pits at night. The gambler promised to treat me with honor. Only the best fights. I convinced my owner I was too dangerous to keep.
Wouldn't take much convincing.
The Imperial was a coward. The gambler played little for me. I sat in this hold for months, and he dumped me with Druga to cover a gambling debt. Better to stay an Imperial slave. That's not something you hear all the time. I never enjoyed killing in the arena, except the filthy lizard men. Yeah, nobody likes Trandoshans. They're a blight on Kashyyyk. They're vicious and honest. They hunt us like animals to wear our skins.
Any Trandoshan who comes after your people gets the business end of my blaster.
It's not your fight, friend. Trandoshans must learn Wookiees who are prey to fight back. I taught the lizard men to fear us every time I killed one in the arena. Now they know Wookiees are better than them.
Definitely. No question about it.
Thank you, Cap. You saved more than me when you took me back from Druga. Hi, Zach Taft. Hello, Dr. Winter. Hello, Orcano. I think I already said hello, but hello. All the hellos. But not to you!
I will not be with you long. Do not begin to think I am yours. This is a convenient arrangement, that is all.
Just humor me. It's 2 syllables. Hell, oh. I know you can do it if you put your mind to it.
Hello.
See? I bet if you really worked at it, you could even smile.
My clan is dead, and I have not avenged them. What would make me smile? I will travel with you as long as our interests coincide.
Okay, fine. Just this once, Doom Rider. Hello.
Your crew is welcome to me. I did not expect that.
What's the usual protocol for Mandalorians turning against the Empire and joining a shiftless spacer's crew?
I would call no part of that usual. It was not a coincidence I came to you on Balmora. Your name is famous among bounty hunters for the price both Skavik and Rogan put on you. I wanted to see who was worth so many credits.
Can you put a credit value on this? I always thought I was priceless.
Every man and woman has someone who will pay to see them dead. Most just don't follow through. Do not worry. I would not give this up for a bounty.
Thanks.
You are not what I expected, Captain. I've seen you in battle. I know you can fight. But I've been killing Jedi and Republic troopers since my childhood, and you are nothing like them.
What, the Mandalorian kid's not no tag?
Even the youngest Mandalorian child would rather prove her mettle in a real fight than play games for points. My father would not have thought you an honorable opponent. But I have seen your victories. I believe you are a worthy foe.
Was I just complimented or insulted?
It was...
Yeah, let's try that again.
You are... That...
You mean you've never met a Republic man so ruggedly handsome, startlingly brave, and dazzlingly clever?
They fought with valor and discipline. You fight with words and tricks. My father would not have thought you an honorable opponent. But I have seen your victories. I believe you are a worthy foe.
And what do Mandalorian women do with a worthy foe? Rawr.
Usually, they kill him. A warrior can only challenge herself against enemies of honor and courage. There is no honor in attacking those beneath you. A worthy foe is a gift. In defeating them, we hone ourselves to the best we can be and bring honor to the name Mandalorian. Or so I was taught.
That's probably the worst flirt line so far. Just, oh my god.
Sometimes I can't believe you actually got back my crown. Do you know how many spacers died looking for it? Don't take this the wrong way, but when we first met, I thought you'd end up like all the others.
No wonder you wouldn't let yourself fall for me. You were afraid I'd die.
Oh yes, terrified. You're all right, Captain. With a little polish, you just might shine.
One of those dialogue options says polish away. Not that I'm aware of, Crazy Norse.
This polishing business sounds like fun. When do we start?
I wasn't volunteering, Captain. Just observing. I shouldn't be keeping us from our work. I know how busy we are. I think I figured out why we get along so well, Captain. We're both restless people. It's how we survive. Trouble loves us, and we just keep on moving. Eventually, Trouble gets tired of following and gives up.
I'm the kind of trouble that never gets tired. Do yourself a favor, sweetheart. Stop running.
I don't have to run from you, Captain. A brisk walk is usually enough.
Ouch.
There wasn't nearly enough trouble growing up on Dantooine. After being a crime lord's daughter, sitting around got dull real quick. I had a big library of holo recordings from my father, but I could only watch them so many times.
You still had a starship. I'm guessing you weren't long for Dantooine.
By the time I was 14, I'd had enough. I buried Father's carbonite chamber someplace safe and hit the hyperlanes with a new identity. Those were good times. I met Juran and Adila, got mixed up with Beryl Thorne, lived a life of crime.
Every time I see some idiot scrubbing tables at a cantina, I think of how lucky I am.
Normal jobs are for people who aren't smart enough to earn a real living.
Oh, what?
But I'm feeling restless. Let's go find some trouble.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I envy you, Captain. You'll always be free to do as you please. That all changes for me, once I'm a queen.
Freedom is overrated, sweetheart. I'd rather buy a nice planet somewhere, retire with the woman of my dreams.
Dream woman, huh? Good thing you've got a vivid imagination. I've studied records about the Drayan dynasty. They started from humble beginnings, distinguished themselves as war heroes, officially anyway. In reality, they backstabbed their way to power just like every other ruler. Some were better at it than others.
Why didn't Nock make his own play for the throne? He was king of the backstab.
He knew recovering the crown was essential to establishing legitimate rule. It's not enough to conquer a world, you have to hold it too. Father had his failings, but he inspired loyalty. Whenever he defeated a rival gangster, he always freed the enemy slaves. He gave them a choice: join him or take their chances elsewhere. No recriminations for anyone who left. The rest became family.
Interesting way to recruit new talent. How many slaves actually signed on?
Those people had a lot of anger issues. Most were excited to have a job that let them express it. There was this one little Twi'lek girl who joined us. Best thief I ever met. Got into all sorts of trouble together. We were like sisters, but when Father's organization collapsed, we got separated. I never found out what happened to her.
Never too late to find her. If she's as good a thief as you say, she might come in handy.
That was a long time ago. Sometimes it's better to leave the past alone. You're really bringing out my chatty side today. That usually means I need to get some exercise. Let's find something more exciting to do than stand around.
There's other stuff you can do?
Seems like I've been doing all the talking lately. Makes me suspicious. The biggest drawback of the criminal lifestyle is you don't meet a lot of decent men. Most are long on charm, short on substance. What's underneath that charming exterior, Captain? Or is that all you've got?
Maybe I just didn't want to bore you with personal details. You want to know more about me? Ask away.
You're a mercenary who takes jobs for free. How do you plan to stay in business, Captain Goodheart?
I'm looking to settle down with a nice girl of independent means. Know anybody like that?
At least you're honest. I won't lie. I enjoy spending time with you, but I'm not like other girls. The easy lines are wasted on me. If that doesn't scare you off, maybe this will actually go somewhere. I guess we'll see.
Dun dun dun. Alright.
Master, I have reprogrammed your vessel's food processor.
Blasters absolutely do jam in Star Wars. Yes, you have to clean them. Yes, you have to service them. To my knowledge, there's no relevant stories about that. Where's Hoth? I like Spar quite a lot so far.
Hello, Captain. Thanks for making your way all the way out there. Your work on Balmora was superb. The Military Expenditure Committee has even stopped harassing me about my crazy privateer idea. And let me apologize up front. Hoth is hardly one of the galaxy's top vacation spots.
I'm picturing bantha-skin rugs, a roaring fire.
Okay, hold up. So we're officially at the point where if I flirt with randos, I lose rep
Hello, Captain.
with both Risha and
Thanks for making
Spar.
your way all the way out. Your work on Balmora, and let me...
So I guess we're gonna have to stop flirting. Sorry, everyone.
Just drop the whole thing in a big Corellian whiskey, and it's fine.
I'll toast to that. Here are the facts. Until a few years ago, Hoth was a frozen wasteland with zero habitation except the occasional pirate ship. Which would still be the case if we hadn't lost our most advanced secret fleet in the ambush above it. With the number of ships that went down, we and the Imperials are both stuck here, battling it out to claim this rotten ice slick.
I guess someone in the Republic can't keep a secret.
We never found the leak. But that's not the most embarrassing part. Right now, neither the Republic nor the Empire claims Hoth's airspace. We were driven out by some witless pirates called the White Maw. Somehow these outlaws have acquired such a supremely advanced cloaking technology that they can outmaneuver both the Republic and the Empire.
Who are these guys? Why haven't I heard of them?
The SIS says they're known in the Outer Rim, mostly for the brutality. They like to pull blowouts, open a freighter to hard vacuum to jettison the contents. And crew. This cloaking device, whatever it is, makes their ships basically invisible to instruments. We can't see them coming. We can't stop them, and neither can the Empire. We need this device, and we need you to get it for us.
I can't promise not to accidentally blow up the planet in the process. You wouldn't believe my luck.
I'll warn our commanders not to leave out anything fragile. When you get planetside, speak to Major Paynon. He'll be your point of contact and tell you anything else you need to know.
Yeah, who would want to blow up a planet? Just make a mess. Alright. Who's ready for Hoth? Well, it did involve donuts, Evo. That was nice. Didn't get much of a break, but that's okay. I knew that coming in.
It's not
So before we start Hoth, Also, Tyron, are you there? I know you're probably busy, but I saw you briefly earlier. Hoth is probably going to rate positively on the story axis, and is definitely going to rate negatively on the gameplay axis. Let's summon the only companion that doesn't talk. Aww. I hope you liked it, Brigman. Because if you didn't, I'll punch it right back out of your stomach so you can eat another one. That's even better. Oh, and if I didn't make it very clear, the whole reason that amused me, Evo, the idea of the Swarm War happening during the final days of your story, is that would be probably the single most horrible thing I could picture. Imagine some of the researchers, not all of them, just some of them, suddenly charge the other researchers, killing them, and then charge the camp where some of the locals have prepared a trap for all the rest. And of course, I'm pretty sure the kid would actually be one of the ones who was controlled, who was turned.
You are fit for duty. Return.
So the kid is helping kill the rest of his family and friends, along with some of the researchers, and of course, some of the people on the ship up top. Just, you know, stab, 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 stab. Probably a little bit of orbital bombardment, because it's the most horrible thing that I could think of, Evo. And that's kind of how I've been handling the Swarm War for quite a while. What's the worst person to turn? Done.
You're all going down to the planet? Who knew Hoth was this popular? The shuttle is prepped and ready. We're just waiting for clearance from the station controller to launch.
What's going on here?
Salvage operations. There was a huge space battle with the Empire near here, and a whole fleet crashed into Hoth. Wouldn't want to count how many millions of credits the Republic lost in the ice. Really, you ought to try to savor this delay. Every minute you're not freezing to death is a good one.
This is starting to sound less and less like a good idea.
There's a reason I spend most of my time up here instead of on the planet. Before I forget, you'll need this cold weather equipment. If you're lucky, you won't use it much.
Everything checks out. You are cleared for launch.
You should check in with the commander at Auric Base when we land. He'll be able to tell you a lot more about Hoth.
You know what's funny? I like a good survival game. And there's so many different worlds in Star Wars, which you could set an entire survival game just on that one world. So Latario asks, if you could be god of your fictional setting, which I wouldn't, what will be your 3 rules for your worshippers? Don't worship me. Be cool. And use your brain. There you go. Boom. Don Crow says, have you created your own fictional language and can you say a sentence in it? Olvarel jat ipareg, ipareg ava in sangailat. Ipareg ava gailateg. Lovar kub avar kenver. Izko olot. Ol nekulet iparag av. Ol paresliet or piar resgala latail. Olare letuelenal. Lar resgalet ol nekulet. Itwel kech nikech vem. Ipareg aver. Resgal ed tolat ol aprotol.
I'm looking for Major Pannon.
What are you saying? I wasn't... I mean... You startled me. I am Master Langus Tuno, Jedi advisor to the Republic forces.
You're a Jedi?
I assume you're from off-world, seeking the poor late Major Panin.
Oh, it's easy to translate it, but rather than translate the whole thing, why don't I tell you what the first 2 sentences are? I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer.
The late Major Pannon?
Yep, blown to jelly. I hope you weren't close. Poor Major Panin died in an Imperial strike on the base a few days ago. Killed instantly. Ah, here are his notes. Senator Dodonna's privateer, right? Infiltrating the White Maw. It won't be easy to earn their trust.
They wouldn't be sending me if the White Maw had out the welcome mat.
True. These are some organized and nasty sons of Huts. I mean, my child. The force is dark around these pirates. They have great anger. Serious anger. Do you understand? You have to get at them from the inside. That means showing no loyalty to the Republic. And having something they want.
You spend a lot of time thinking about how to infiltrate pirates, Master Jedi?
Hey, I'm a Jedi. We've got nothing to do but think. These pirates are our greatest threat, after the Imperials. I've learned more than I wish. Last week, White Maw pirates tried to grab a cache of ship-to-ship sensors. If you can steal those, with the Republic's full permission, of course, they'd make a perfect goodwill offering.
Steal? Permission? You want to take a breath and explain?
So you fly into the base on a Republic shuttle, talk with the Major, and then come offering gifts? No. We've got to stage this, make it look like a real heist. The droids guarding the cache will have to defend it to be convincing, but I'll inform the lieutenant in charge.
I bet you were that kid at the Jedi Academy who short-sheeted the Master's beds.
20 hours of meditation on a cold rock every blasted time. I've got the coordinates here. The cache is inside a cave not too far away.
I think he's legit. No and invalid, respectively, act. Who needs a constitution, anyways? He is one of the best Jedi on this planet. I'll agree with that sentence. Hey, Mez.
Are you our reinforcements? Thank goodness. Welcome to Auric Base. What's left of it. I'm Lieutenant Laskin. Did Republic Command send you? Did they get my distress signal?
This doesn't look like enough people to defend a cargo container, let alone a base.
You don't know? If you're not here to answer my distress call, I don't know what we're going to do. We can't hold out much longer. An explosion in one of the speeder hangars knocked out main power. Within seconds, we were under heavy Imperial fire. Our shields haven't switched to auxiliary power yet.
Did you find out what caused the explosion? Or more importantly, who?
No time to investigate. Everyone who's left is working around the clock to keep our heat and shields running. We still have men in the field on a critical mission. Or we did when we were attacked anyway. Between the Imperials and the cold. I don't have enough people for a search party. Please, if you could head out there. You're their only chance.
Okay.
What makes you think they haven't already frozen to death?
I know it's a long shot, but the mission they were on is vital. They were headed out to check the long-range sensors. With those running again, we'd have some warning before another attack hit. If you reach them, give them these. Fresh weapons and supplies. Then they might make it back. And thank you.
At your benki.
Been on Hoth for years, fighting for the Republic, freezing, barely surviving. We were almost free, but a surprise attack, snow melted by Togruta blood, and we're all that's left.
Look at the bright side. You're alive, and you got the ear of the sharpest smuggler on this ice cube.
Thank you, but freedom was so close. I can't help but feel cursed. High Command removed us from combat rotation. We received clearance and packed to go home to Sheely, and then the Imperials raided our camp. We escaped with our lives, but we left our clearance permits behind. We can't leave Hoth without them. Reissues take 6 months minimum, and we won't last that long.
I could lend a hand if you need one.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad Hoth hasn't worn you down yet. Last we saw, our camps were overrun with Imperials. If you find our clearance permits, we'd be grateful. Do me a favor, hold still for a second, Giga. See how long it takes her to hear me say that. Oh, there she goes. Okay. That's what I thought. The headband has a money symbol, like the equivalent of a $sign on the top of her headband, right? The forehead there. It's that stylized 7. I noticed that briefly during the cutscene, like, wow. I like it. So, now that everyone's here, including Tyron, I don't think Cord's here, but that's... we're going to have to live with that for the moment. I have a proposal. First of all, cover your eyes. Second of all, yes, this is my winter playlist. Third of all, whoever asked that, was Act. Well, so we have 3 bonus series left, right? Hoth, Belsavis, Voss. We have, near as I can tell, 3 options here. 4-ish. Corellia doesn't have a bonus series, thank God. Corellia has a daily HUD, which honestly kind of sucks. Hang on. I want to ask my question. Do we have a choice? We can do everything, which was the original plan. We can stop doing the bonus series entirely and just say, you know what? They all suck. We can finish up the Republic bonus series and not do the Imperial bonus series, or we could quit the Republic series bonus series and do one of the Imperial bonus series, which will be Balmorra. Now, there's some other permutations here that are possible, but I got to thinking about this. There's a dangerous thing when it comes to streaming. It's something I've worked very hard for the better part of 10 years to avoid. It's called dead air. Now, thankfully, I have an awesome audience and we can chat and discuss things to try and fill up dead air. But to be completely blunt, the bonus series suck. All of them suck. Every single one of them has been bad gameplay design and, at best, a wash on story. Now, that's important to notate for the sake of the review, and that's something I agree with. But the problem here is that's each one of them takes so long, and we can't just barrel roll them. I mean, to be completely blunt, we have been barrel rolling through them. What we've been doing is smashing through them as fast as we possibly can. I have literally already started to lose viewers over the bonus series. That's not a joke. I've had people reach out to me and say, hey, I'll be back when you finish Smuggler, or when you get to Corellia, which again, doesn't have a bonus series. You see the problem here? Now you might think, why don't you just do them off camera? I don't have a lot of off-camera time in my life right now. Like, I'm already going without a break during my lunch break. We could just knuckle down and keep doing them, but the problem is, this is getting to the point of, yeah, the review's nice and all, but at a certain point, we're running into feasibility. Remember, that's, you know, it's possible, feasible, reasonable. And the bonus series are starting to bypass reasonability. You know what I mean? Now, one way or another, I would kind of like to do at least one bonus series on the Imperial side. See what that is. The Imperial side, in general, is better written, so probably going to be better over there. However, even having said that, I'm not sure how true that is, because I remember the Imperial Nar Shaddaa bonus series, and that sucked. Just to name one specific example. Oh, and if we skip them, they're getting negatives. That's how that works. Just to codify that. See, the problem is it doesn't really work that way, Mr. Red, because of the way the chains and requirements work. We're either doing the bonus series on our Inquisitor, or we're doing the bonus series on our Smuggler, and that's kind of it. And yes, we have 3 planets left on the Republic. And let me be very clear, Hoth's bonus series might be the worst of the bunch. I know what Arcano's talking about. This one is probably going to get 3 gameplay negatives right out the gate. Like, if we skip Hoth, I'm just going to give it those 3 negatives. Boom. And I do not feel bad about doing that. I don't hollow, just I'm right here.
Am I seeing things? I didn't think there was anyone else left alive on this planet.
What's the word from Auric Base? There's nothing on the comm but static. I was starting to think they pulled out and left us.
Have you been hurt?
No, just cold and sick of emergency rations.
Not that getting back to Auric Base will change that. What about our mission? We can't leave the sensors like this.
I thought you'd be anxious to get back to the base. Did I miss something?
We came out here to check the long-range sensors. They were damaged in the attack, but they're easily fixable.
If you can get to them. Which we obviously couldn't.
Without the sensors, Auric Base is blind. They won't have any warning the Empire is coming. If you can reach the arrays, you can bring them back online. There are a lot of Imperials in the area, though.
We'd better get moving if we're not gonna freeze to death. See you back at the base.
And there's also another... So, there's 3 layers to consider here. Several people have mentioned me, which I appreciate the consideration. But I'm only one of the 3. Layer 2 is the people who are helping me. They have to slog through this crap with me. I say have to. Obviously, you don't have to. I appreciate your assistance a great deal. But my point is, that's not just me who has to suffer through playing this crap, right? Then there's you, the people who actually have to watch this crap. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I don't want to do an in-between thing. You know what I mean? I'd rather not do partial. I'd rather do all or nothing. Same reason we tend to do that with, you know, raids, for example. You know, you say that, Hazardous. That's true. Think about all the other crap we could be playing right now. We could be playing Mass Effect. I'm gonna put up a really long poll. 10 minutes. There. Polls up. Go vote. This is actually funny, because we've ran into effectively this exact same dilemma before in the FF14 run in a different format. Several people argued that we should have reviewed FF14 without using a flying mount, so that the, you know, the side quest would take even longer, and the transport time would take even longer. That way it would have been a more accurate review, because it would have shown how absolutely terrible traversal really is in that game. Problem is, I know how absolutely terrible traversal is in that game. I don't need to do it live on camera to do that. And that would just add literal... I think we had decided it was something like 2 weeks to that. Like, no, seriously, I actually sat down and did some numbers. I'm pretty sure it would add about 2 weeks just in traversal time if I hadn't been using the flying mount and abusing the crap out of it in the 14 run. On the flip side, I did do all the side quests in the 14 run. Like, all of that crap. Why did this not... Okay, hang on. Why can I interact and not interact with this stupid thing? Or is this one of those dumb quests? It's a dumb quest, isn't it? Do I have to do it manually? Nope. Well, let's just wait on the respawn then. Thank you, Evo. I mean this sincerely. That's a hell of a compliment. I'm actually rather proud of the Swarm War. You may or may not know this, but I've considered ejecting the Swarm War from the settings several times. Yes, thank you for checking that, Giga. But the problem is, not only is the Swarm War brilliant, which I hate saying that because it's something I came up with, but whatever, but also it's so integral to so many different story arcs. Do you know how many stories hinge around the Swarm War, Evo? It's more than a few. Don't worry about it, Act. It's something for my setting. Don't stress. Nobody cares. It's cool. It's cool. It's really why do I want to cut it? Because it's really messed up. The other reason I don't want to cut it, other than the obvious reason, is because it makes perfect sense. It is the exact kind of thing that would be done by that person at that point in history. What isn't the Swarm War? Puppies! Oh, hair, okay. So, sure, I'll talk about the Swarm War, why not? At a certain point in extant history, randomly, throughout the entire galaxy, a portion of sentient, sapient life turned on everyone else. Now, the original inspiration for this is, I've actually talked about this before, was RTSs. So, one of the things I thought about when I was really young was how unique an RTS really is. Because in a strategy game, in a real-time strategy game, you, the player, serve as a completely alien and outside force to what's going on in the game. You have perfect communication, you can give perfect orders, and your units obey you perfectly, right? Now, I know. Nowadays, there's other RTSs which have things like morale and, interpretive orders and all that fun stuff, but when I thought of this, it was the 90s, so give me a break, okay? So the idea here is, what if someone just kind of grabbed a little under a quarter of all life in the galaxy and was able to perfectly coordinate across all of them, regardless of race, or creed, or language, or species, or anything, or distance, and they all just started operating as one cohesive side against everyone else. And so for 13 days, they caused some trouble. What am I looking for here? I don't see any quest objectives or quest items or anything. I guess let's kill some people, see what happens. So that's the Swarm War in a nutshell. There's some... God, how did I... Look at that thing. That is tiny. Look at that. Look at that. Barely saw that. That's the other reason I don't like Hoth, by the way. Oh god, we lost our Arcana. Hoth is a blue and white everything. And things glow blue and white to indicate you can interact with them, to indicate quest items. Nobody thought this was a bad idea, apparently. Motives? Upsetting the status quo is the summary answer to that. Because the Swarm War, even from an out-of-character perspective, is very much the total change to the status quo for the entire setting. There's a reason why so many stories center around it. The build-up to the duration and the recovery from is literally the center point of more stories than any other story I've written. Than every other stories. The number of stories centered around the Swarm War outnumber the number of stories that don't. That's probably the simplest way to put that. Oh, they won, Eitri. They got exactly what they wanted. The upset to the status quo. Now, here's the really fun part. Nobody actually asked this. Most of the people who were, turned... Thank you, Giga. I did not even see that. When the turn went away, so it only lasted for 13 days. When the control went away, they remember everything. They're just back to normal. Yeah, no, like I said, it's extremely messed up. By design. I see it. Thank you. God damn. Congratulations, Alex. Also, hi. How much is known about how it happened? Essentially nothing. I know exactly what happened, of course, but I'm the one who made the setting. Basically, no one knows why it happened or how or what or anything. I know the person who caused it. I know why they caused it. I know why they stopped, too. These look weird. Yeah, the job was done. Everything's cool. You know me, Evo. I have to know what's going on under the hood. It doesn't mean anyone else needs to know. There it is. Wait, I should wait for people. While I wait, I'll kill this person! You will die to alleviate my boredom! Or, oh, you asshat! Knock me out of cover, will you? Now you're gonna die just because I'm pissed. Yeah, knock me over. I might have let you live. But now I won't. If you were writing this Swarm War, you would have no idea why it happened or anything. Nice, Alex. You suck. It's awesome, but you suck. I mean, they're literally different channels. I just don't know how much of that's going into the stream. What's that? That's alright. Yeah, I saw that Sci-Fi Debris is playing Tor, or rather, just put out a Tor video. I just like to say I'm better than him in every way. Probably Lataria, but give me a second. Let me rewind here. Let's see here. Delete. Did Han shoot first? Who cares? Disco played Mario and Luigi, but what should be next? Civ 6, Shogun 2, or City Skylines? Mario and Luigi 2. Am I doing planetary primaries regardless? Yes, absolutely. That's not off the table. What changes would I make to make Hoth a better location in Tor? Like, gameplay-wise? Fix the visuals, fix the aesthetics, shrink it, improve the micro-dungeon design. Done. Dr. Winter mentions... I have no idea, Dr. Winter, and that's my answer to that question. How would I improve the visuals? Not make it... I don't even understand that question. How would I improve the visuals? Hang on, let me log into WoW and go to any snowy area. Just any of them. Oh! Oh wow, that's a hell of a landslide on that vote, isn't it? No wins. Alright. Yeah, make it... add color. Like, I'm sorry, look at this screen for a second. Really process how little color is on this screen for just a second. Really think about it. Blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, blue and white. The crates, which are made of metal, blue and white. The support strut, that's blue and white. The crystal edge, the ceiling, which you can't really see, but trust me, it's blue and white. The HUD is blue and white. The map is blue and white. The only thing that isn't is that red glow from a light in the distance. This is ridiculous visual design. This is awful. Oh yeah, also, we look blue and white right now because the color, the shadows, lighting, I don't know. It's making us look blue. Dot'em D, dot'em die. You may not be able to notice, I'm not wearing a blue shirt right now. Shading, thank you. I don't know why. What am I doing? This way. Nope, nope, nope. It's around, right? I remember this. Imagine if it was puke yellow. So now Hutta?
Weapons on the floor! Hands where I can see them! Back up to the wall, slowly!
You got a name?
Lieutenant Colas, Republic Armed Forces. Now tell me who you are. Wait a minute. Are you the one Major Pannon was expecting? From the Lady Senator? Nope. I still can't guess why you'd be doing this.
Never trust a Jedi to get something done. He'll probably call you when the stars align.
Jedi? You mean Padawan Guyana? She was with Major Pannon during the attack. Died in the same blast. Somebody lied to you. Look, take these sensors. I just need you to fill out an incident report and... Never mind. We'll talk later.
Thank you for being reasonable. Holy crap. I'm actually impressed by that. Like, really. So, Don Crow asks, have you ever commissioned someone to draw your extant characters in settings and landscapes? I've never commissioned anybody, but I've asked someone nicely before. And they've been kind enough to do so. Actually, that's a lie. I have commissioned one person. She's actually still in the middle of drawing a life dragon for it. She was very frustrated at me. You're probably thinking, why? Well, I told her, please draw me a life dragon. And she said, okay, can you describe it? And I said, no. The whole point... So dragons in my setting aren't whatever you're picturing. They are elemental creatures, innately. And they can take essentially any form within reason. And so they vary quite substantially, based on which element they are and their particular personality and perspectives. So what I wanted her to do was picture what the words life dragon made up, conjured in her head, and then draw that. She hasn't finished it yet, though. But I am going to be paying her for her efforts. Not really because I need to, but because she's an awesome woman and I want to support her in her job of being an artist. Oh, wow, you're already back there. I accept.
You made it! Welcome back! With the long-range sensors working again, it's starting to look like we might pull through this after all. You've done us a huge service. The soldiers you rescued came back singing your praises. Those men owe you their lives. Thank you.
Those soldiers didn't run into any Imperials on the way back, did they?
Sir, a distress flare was just fired from the power relay.
That relay's the only reason we still have shields and heat. If the Tals defending it are being overrun.
Orders, Lieutenant?
I don't know.
There's no need to panic. I can answer the distress signal.
Thank you. I don't know what we'd do if you weren't here. Please, go to the relay. If you can't hold off the Empire, send up a flare. We'll try to evacuate as much of the base as we can.
Okay. Oh, God. Back to blinding. Back to blinding. I guess I should just warp back. Do I think MMOs could be improved by having random events, like in Fallout or Skyrim? Oh, no, that's not what you mean. You mean, do I think MMOs can be improved by having random caves you can just wander into? So I think the answer to that is no, and I am in the minority on that one.
Doika boda pachi isa jonki.
I'm glad I was around to help out.
Kupa tonti toki maki chisa chubolo wawuni. Poya toka changa goptula dobata wana wanki.
So there are several people that think that MMOs should be more EverQuest and less WoW. I do not agree with that in general. But that's because that just sounds like boring hell to me, after all. Played EverQuest. That being stated, random events? Oh yeah, that sounds like a great idea. As long as they're mostly there for flavor, fluff, and fun, and don't actually give you things like gear or stat ups. Because you know people would whine to high heaven if there's some random event that can only proc on this one spot.
Yes, and I would love to discuss that, but I was just on my way out.
It's a turbo cannon, right?
See, there's a disturbance in the Force. Oh, no.
I'm sure you have an airtight explanation for sending me to attack friendly forces, right?
It's not what you think. I am a Jedi. Or was. You know, a Padawan. But I can see the Force. I just can't use it. They threw me out when I got caught with a cheat sheet for the Jedi Code. I didn't have any skills, anywhere to go.
Not exactly a hot job market on Hoth.
You could say I drifted into crime. Small stuff, you know. Con games. I ended up working for the White Maw. They dragged me here. They gave me to Shai Tenna, a Weequay, one of their rising stars. He sent me for the sensors.
Tricked me into doing your dirty work, huh?
It's nothing personal. The White Maw would as soon kill me as keep feeding me. If I don't bring those sensors, I'm Wampa bait. Please, let me live. I know things about the White Maw. I can help you.
Quit whining. You're giving fake Jedi a bad name.
You're the real deal, you know? Most people would let this little kind of misunderstanding really get under their skin. I'll stop. Use those sensors to get in. That part wasn't a lie. I can set up a meet. I'll go tell Shai Tenna you're coming, and send you the coordinates. You won't regret this.
You say that. That would have been a perfect circumstance in which to just keep hitting glare silently. No, I'll totally do... Glare silently. Please, maybe I... Glare silently. Huh, I didn't know it was as fast as the thing. Sounds like a variant on the rep system, which hypothetically I'd be in favor of. Also, that does amuse me, Giga. Snipers for life, yo. Could Leia have taken Luke's place if he died on Hoth? No. What race is predominated by in the Empire? So what race is the most common? Not applicable. What class would I add to WoW that isn't there currently? Also no. I think that WoW has too many classes as is, and balancing them and making them interesting is more valuable of a thing to do than to try and, you know, come up with a brand new class. That being said, if you shoved a gun into my face and said, pick a class, then I'd probably go with Necromancer. Full pet class, and I mean full. WoW can actually do proper pet classes. I should know. They have at certain points in their history. Only until I shoot them, Latario. So I thought you were in trouble?
You're not in danger of being overwhelmed here. What's the problem?
We hear nothing from the base. Our clan cuts off communications. We believe we must leave post to see if Republic clan needs aid. Do we fall back and defend? We must know if our allies live. Our clan must know where we are needed most. South is the central communications hub. Go fix it. Okay. Oh, I'm already getting bad thoughts about Brundark. And yes, that's Brunmark's race. You know what's funny is I already have a headache. Yeah, I know, the base is right there. That's the base they want to talk about, that base. Having a pet class, the enjoyment of a pet class for me is kind of the same enjoyment of playing a strategy game, if that makes any sense. There's a lot of tactical, proper utilization of your pet or pets, which is the primary gameplay loop. If you have a single super mega pet, then it's all about properly making sure they're positioned, utilized, buffed, debuffed, that you're positioned relative to them, etc., etc., etc. If it's many, many pets, then it's all about making sure that they're all firing properly and doing what they need to do.
It worked!
When I got a transmission from the Talls, I thought it might have been a fluke. This is fantastic.
Lieutenant, we're receiving messages on all channels. Kresh Outpost is reporting in now.
We're not alone out here anymore. Oh, this is gonna be fabulous for morale.
With communications back online, you should be able to call for backup. Or at least new orders.
Sir, I've picked up an urgent transmission from the Crescent Canyon facility. Putting it through now.
Oh my god, do you read me? The Empire's here. They're killing anyone who doesn't surrender. You've got to send help.
Sounds like you could use a professional.
Those people have been kicked around by everyone who's come here. The Orderlings were the first people on Hoth. They came here as colonists. Their facility at Crescent Canyon has the best cold weather technology on Hoth. Technology that's now in Imperial hands.
I'll go see what can be done to save these colonists.
Thank you. Try to reach Supervisor Aldo. He's in charge of the facility. Contact me once you found him. Good luck.
Honestly, I'll let both be erased from my mind, Lothario. I'll take that payment in exchange for never having to deal with either of them again. Done. I think you're just trigger happy in general, Giga. But anyways, I hope that makes some sense, Pillars of Snow. A properly designed pet class literally plays differently, even if its, abilities coming from something other than you. Now, I have to say properly designed because if you play, for example, Summoner over an FF14, that's not a pet class, that's an Elementalist. That's fine. It's a good, it's a good class, and it's well designed, but it's not a pet class. A game I would erase from my mind if I had the chance. Branbo. The only Black Licorice game I've ever reviewed. Hi, Hollow. Bye, Hollow. I mean, I'm not trying to call out Summoner, it's a good class, it's just, it's not a pet class. FF14 does not have a pet class. Which makes sense. I'm actually pretty sure FF14 is physically incapable of having a proper pet class. Again, not a dig. Just, spaghetti code.
Victory for the Empire. The Republic anarchists have been utterly crushed. Finally, peace can come to the colonists of Hoth.
There's colonists of Hoth. First of all, why? Second of all, what? Yeah, go ahead and put that under options. No one's in here. Go away.
I gotta ask, have you ever actually convinced anyone with that line, or are you just that optimistic?
Try to get people's attention, nobody listens to me. Try to avoid people, suddenly I'm the guy everyone wants to see.
Those who report Republic sympathizers will be rewarded. Those who harbor the anarchists in our midst will be punished. Which would you rather be?
It's too late. You can't rescue me now anyway.
Have you been hurt?
Please, I can't come out. Not after what I've done.
The Republic stole this planet from your people. The Empire will give it back to you, if you only let us.
I talked. He tortured me and I talked. I told him about the mines. He led the attack on Auric Base and I gave him information that can kill everyone left there. The mines under our facility are filled with an explosive gas. He's already gone to divert it under Auric Base.
When did you tell him this? Maybe we can still stop him if we hurry.
Not long ago, but there's nothing we can do. No one can stop him. He's got an army of Imperial shock troops. Everyone on Hoth will die, and it's my fault.
You're all alone out here. The Senate doesn't care what happens to the Outer Rim. Surrender, and you can leave Hoth alive.
I know I don't deserve mercy. Call Leskin, warn him. Tell him what I've done. Just let me go. We could seal him in here so he can slowly freeze, /starve, /die.
Go. But the Empire hasn't won yet. There's still time to save your people if you're willing to try.
You really think so? Maybe you're right. I could get my people. We could go for help. The Republic soldiers, then 50 Quakes will bring them here. Pretty sure they're nearer than that, but okay. Oh, god damn it. I finally go to clean my glasses. And the cutscene ends right as I start, of course. So, what are the rules of communicating with a Force Ghost? Whatever the writer decides at the moment. I wish I was making it up, but I'm not.
Everyone in Auric Base is in danger, Lieutenant. The Empire is planning to use the Ortolan's mine as a huge bomb.
What? Are you serious? I'll send everyone who can hold a blaster to your position. Try to buy us some time.
This kid. I feel bad for him.
The Force will be with me.
Understood. And thanks. We have a lot of wounded in Kolto tanks.
Hey, look, he's blue and white.
Head into the mines and try to stop them from igniting the gas. We'll prepare for the worst. Good luck.
Correct, Alex. If you asked me, if I was writing it, I would say Obi-Wan would actually be incapable of reaching out to Leia. Or in short, that he could only reach out to Luke under the very specific circumstances that existed on Hoth. That's definitely interface, Mr. Red. Is it true I believe Hanhar is actually insane? Yes. I think there is something legitimately wrong with his brain. By the fictional definition of insane, as we always use. I wasn't even supposed to be here today. Years, months, weeks, days, hours, minutes, seconds, Doncro. 12 months in a year, 4 weeks in a month, 7 days in a week. It's actually funny, the further out you go, the more divergent their years switch off of our years, because their years are just a little bit less than ours, because I change around the months a little bit, you know? Every month has 28 days in it. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody agrees with you on that one, Act. I love Stardew Valley to death, but one of the very few negatives I could give that game is the combat. There's some other things, but that's a big one. No, they just rebuilt the calendar once they went to space, Doncro. I guess south, yeah. Yep. Yeah, the game has honestly pretty bad tutorialization. How many of you spent literal days, either in real time or in game, before you figured out where all the NPCs were to go talk to them for the tutorial quest you get. Which is also a chain quest. It actually unlocks other quests if you finish it. How many of you even knew that you could talk to people every day and gain rep with them regardless of giving them gifts without looking it up? At the very beginning of Stardew Valley, you get a quest to talk to every person in town -3, which you can finish on the first day if you know what you're doing. Yeah, I think you're right about the bridge thing. Well, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Stardew Valley is going to get some check the wiki problems, some walkthrough-itis negatives. It is a truly amazing game that is best enjoyed when you know what the hell you're doing. But anyways, I would say that Obi-Wan would not be able to reach out to Leia, because my take of it has always been the fact that Force ghosts can only appear under not only pretty specific circumstances, but when they have a personal connection to the person they're appearing to. And even then, the person needs to be receptive. Now, there's a lot of ways they could be receptive, but the way I always took it was that after his brief foray into the Force in A New Hope, Luke didn't really use the Force. Not really. Until the incident in Hoth. He had to use the Force to draw out the lightsaber, free himself, and get outside. Doing that reawakened some of his ability with the Force, which is why Obi-Wan was able to contact him then, and not earlier. My take, obviously.
Thank goodness I got to you in time. You're walking into a trap. The Ortolans have betrayed us.
You were at Auric Base, weren't you? How'd you get here ahead of me?
The, lieutenant sent me here right after you left. We intercepted a transmission from Supervisor Aldo to Coral Torrent, telling him you were on your way.
You overheard this right after I left? As in, before I even got to Crescent Canyon?
Well, I was hoping you'd cooperate, but I guess we'll do this the other way.
Oh no, it's a trap. He's not even an elite. He's not even a Sig, he's dead. He's just dead. I would not mind living in a place like Stardew Valley, I'll agree with that. Probably still number 4 for me, though. Or 5.
Don't kill me! You've got to understand! I had no choice!
Uh-huh.
I hope they paid you in credits. Imperials don't honor their IOUs.
The Republic is looking for some prototype that crashed here. The thing probably burned up in the atmosphere. We're never going to find it. With the Republic, the only way I leave Hoth is in a body bag. The Empire offered to ship me back to the core.
You agreed to help kill me and everyone at Auric Base. And I shouldn't kill you because...
Because you're so much nobler than I am? What happens to me now?
Well, there's a lot of horrible ways this can go. But I think I've got the worst possible fate for you. Actually, no.
You've done enough damage.
Changed my mind.
No!
Sorry, buddy. I just realized, so I was going to leave him alive and condemn him to Hoth. But no, he might still cause issues. So he needs to die. Yeah, I was wondering why it wasn't pulling you in, Giga. Yeah, exactly, Takoida. Better just tie up that loose end to be done with it. Weird lag. As opposed to Leia? Well, that's easy, Space Cadet. Because Luke's the main character, not Leia. Leia wasn't even Force sensitive when they wrote A New Hope, or Empire Strikes Back. I'm not joking, that's the reason. Originally there was going to be the Other, which is why they call her the Other in I think Empire. It wasn't until Return that they changed the Other into Leia. Not eligible for this conversation. That's a new one. There we go.
That's far enough. You must know by now that no backup is coming. You're all alone down here. Surrender your weapons and I'll see that you're returned to Republic space.
In a body bag.
I came here to stop you. This won't end peacefully.
Surely you understand that this conflict is pointless? Even if you save the base, those men will die here. One lost ship is worth more to the Republic than all the soldiers on this planet. They will never leave Hoth alive.
They can't leave Hoth, so it's better to blow them to bits?
I see that we're not going to be able to have an intelligent discussion here. Very well then. I'll make this quick and painless.
You heard him. Quick and painless. Could you... Okay, so, moving on.
That was a mother of a fight.
We did it. We brought help just in time. Our clan is victorious. Did you see us in action? We sure show those Imperials.
I can't believe we stopped them in time.
Tell me nothing else is about to go wrong. Please.
The area is secure.
I bet the Empire's scared of us now. They won't mess with us again. Our clan holds this mine to defend Auric base.
Maybe you should let the lieutenant know the base isn't about to explode.
I have not only played Devil May Cry 5, I have streamed it. It is a fantastic game. Probably the best spectacle fighter I've ever played. Whatever those are actually called nowadays. Just gonna leave here. Don't mind me. Character action game. Well, that's a dumb title. I'm gonna go with Spectacle Fighter. Okay. Correct, Mr. Red. Extremely dead, Lothario.
Welcome back. I can't thank you enough for this. We've got Private Falk in custody now. He'll be under guard until his court-martial. I still can't believe it.
What?
I just finished my report to
kill
Republic
him?
Command. General Ando wanted to speak with you when you returned.
We killed Falk. Giga, did you spare Falk?
Why would General Ando want to talk to me?
The base wouldn't even be standing if it weren't for you. I think he just wants to thank you. Just a moment. Lieutenant Laskin to Republic Command. General, do you read me?
General Ando here. Ah, these must be the people you spoke of. On behalf of the entire Republic, I commend you. Your actions have saved countless lives, not only on Hoth, but throughout the galaxy. Is there anything you'd like to say on this occasion?
Laskin is useless.
The lieutenant held this place together through the worst possible circumstances. He deserves a promotion.
That's good advice. Lieutenant Laskin, you are hereby granted the rank of captain, effective immediately. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. I won't let you down.
I hope to see you again. We could certainly use more people like you. Good luck out there. Ando out.
Correct, Savacom. In fact, specifically, from Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze. Yeah, so far the story is the Imperials are trying to sabotage the Republic base. We stopped them from sabotaging the Republic base.
Reminder.
That's it.
Mechanized travel is for official business only.
I did like the portrayal of the kid who was in way over his head. Nice little bit of character flavor. No, this one is not on the website. And I'll never give it to you. Ever! I mean, Nero is objectively better, but I still prefer V, personally, Desperado. He's just more fun. I mean, that's a valid perspective, Sorora. I don't personally agree with it, but then again, I grew up in the NES era where it was considered acceptable to make a game extremely obtuse or vague to try and force you to either play it for longer, you know, artificially padding out the runtime, or to force you to go buy a damn walkthrough, or, you know, strategy guide. It's been 3 weeks getting those tight wads at requisitions to cough up supplies. 3 weeks! Finally get them to load of goods, and what happens? White Moths hijack the shipment and steal everything. Typical.
Too bad. But hey, if you ever need someone reliable to deliver those goods.
Prices first, business later. Completely isolated. We don't get those supplies, we won't last. I'm just a supply officer. I can barely shoot straight. You can get the supplies back, right?
It's my duty to serve.
Oh, you're a lifesaver. Ugh, coordinates are here. Get the supplies back to those thieves. We just might pull through. All the planetary primary here.
Well, this is a surprise. Welcome to Outpost Crash. We're understaffed, far from everything, and basically, the outpost the galaxy forgot.
Hi.
But we just got a break that could make this the hottest spot on Hoth. We got a message from one of the Chiss.
Finally get that dinner invitation?
Here, I'll let the transmission speak for itself.
Republic Outpost, do you copy? I'm under heavy fire and I haven't got much time. I've stolen a data disk of time-sensitive information from Imperial Intelligence. I'm offering this to you in exchange for sanctuary. The Empire is hunting me. I don't know how long I can hold out. Send help and I'll give you whatever you want.
You wouldn't be showing me this if you thought it was just an Imperial trick.
I think that Chiss would never choose to appear weak, even to bait a trap. He has to be desperate. If we're going to act, we have to act fast.
If he's telling the truth, it's too great an opportunity to pass up.
Thank you. Outpost Crash can barely defend itself. We don't have people to send on a rescue mission. The signal came from a crashed dropship not far from here. Be careful. Bring the Chiss back if you can, but if it does look like a trap, get out.
Nah, I'll just spring the trap. It'll be fine. I mean, honestly. Yep, that's Hoth. That's... yep. Not much to add to that. Don't blame you, Act. Get some good rest. I mean, Hoth canon has been gorgeous, and I love frozen biomes if they're done properly. Honestly, I don't remember the Hoth holocron off the top of my head. Pretty sure I've gotten it. In fact, I know I've gotten it. I don't remember which one that was. Well, that's an interesting question. If you could live on Hoth or Dagobah, which would you pick? Yeah, the irony is both of them will kill you. Which flavor of death would you prefer? And there's more Hoth. Yep. Yeah, I'll take Hoth over Dagobah. Freezing to death sucks. Really. But I'll take it over dying to disease and bugs, and probably being eaten alive. You can find him, Giga. I believe in you. I'll do some paperwork while I wait. Let's see. Yeah, the goal is to just get hypothermic as quickly as possible. So you rip off all your clothes, jump out into the snow, and it will suck. It will suck so badly. You'll feel like your skin is burning off, probably because it technically is. But then after a few minutes, your nerves will stop being able to feel. I'll be fine. Listen, I'm not morbid, but most of my "what would you do if you're stranded in such and such place" questions boil down to how can I kill myself as quickly and efficiently as possible? This sucks. How do I get out of this situation? Share. They don't appear to share. Great. Yeah, but that assumes we have liquid to soak them in, Alex. I'm assuming you got nothing but the clothes on your back. Ugh, I gotta wait minutes to die? Ugh. Can't I die in seconds? Maybe I should go back to Dagobah. Jeez Louise. Let's get it over with. I mean, I haven't read it, Desperado, so I have no idea. I was going to say, if you're on Hoth, and you find a lake, jumping into that will probably stop your heart. Which, hey, there you go. You did it. Well, this is still very blue. But at least it's kind of a dark blue. Unplayed cards there. Weirdos. Well, the first thing that would happen is we deal with it quickly and efficiently, because there's no such thing as a new plague that people are going to actually refuse to take care of medically. I mean, that would be ridiculous. I see you found what the fish dog could not. Think this means you can best me?
You underestimate his intelligence. Even the lowest fool could never think he's in the same league as the great Shaitena, my love.
This is the slave of my body and queen of my heart, the best treasure I ever plundered. So have you heard my name across the galaxy? Do they say it with fear?
Compared to Rogan the Butcher and Nocdrayan, you're small time.
Yes, Nocdrayan. Word of your success reaches far. Men like you can be a great asset to the White Maw.
Why do I feel like this won't be easy?
The Gendai run the White Maw. To get their notice, you first help me. Woman, tell him.
My love and lord has a rival, a Deveronian named Kandhar.
He brought cold-weather droids and blaster rifles. The Gendai like this very,
Kandhar's
very
taking
much.
favor away from my love and lord. So to gain his help, you must eliminate the threat from Kandhar first.
I wouldn't want to see anyone stop your meteoric rise.
Subala wa wuni kupa, domtitak makichisa. Subala wa wuni kupa, domtitak makichisa.
That drooling idiot knows nothing about Kandhar or what he's asking you to take on. Kandhar got those droids through his alliance with the Empire. He's planning to put his whole gang to work for them in return for help ousting the Gendai.
You ever thought of escaping? Putting those talents to work somewhere else?
Are you making an offer? Show me you're a sure thing, and we'll talk. The pirates here like being independent. If you expose this deal, Kandhar's own men will tear him apart. There's a secret tunnel in the mines nearby. It leads to the spot where Kandhar meets his Imperial supplier. Hide inside long enough, you should be able to catch him in the act. Kill him, or expose him as you like.
Thanks. It's nice to know someone here has a brain. And of course it's a Twi'lek. I believe in vanilla Urix, you're limited to hetero flirting. I'm pretty sure they've lifted that in the expansions, but I'm not sure 100% about that. That's true, Takoida. Enjoy the blue there for a second. I don't know. Can you flirt with Scorpio? Does she even count as a droid? I guess she doesn't count as a droid. Actually, yeah, level scaling is exactly what that goes under, Mr. Red. Or How Not to Do Level Scaling by Final Fantasy XIV. Did you know this very game scales you down but doesn't remove your abilities? I can prove that because it's happening right now. If you look at the screen, right next to my name, I know it's a really small number, but you see a 63. That's my level. But I'm actually currently operating at level 41. And yet, I have all my abilities, including Burst Volley, a level 60 ability. So for all those people who argue that you should reduce your abilities at 14, Tor did it better. Alright, so it's the one thing. It's two things that Tor did better than FF14. Voice acting It's scaling. And flirting. I'm joking. Or am I? Ugh! Yep, I missed that jump. That's okay. We lived. That's the important part. We lived. You know what F-14 does better than in Tor? Flight mounts. Also, no days. Exactly, Don Crow. You're starting to pick up on it. Besides, we all know What's-His-Face's wife is the only woman for me in FF14. Yeah, considering most of our mounts canonically probably actually fly. Oh, excuse me, now I'm level 64. Oh my god, Sarura. That's right, Luke and Leia had tons of sex. Ugh, god, that feels gross just to say that. Again, they weren't related when that scene happened. No, seriously, even out of character. They were not brother and sister when that scene was designed. When was the last Need for Speed game of Triaxia? I'm not saying it excuses it, I'm just saying it does explain it. Seriously, a lot of Star Wars makes more sense when you realize how much of it wasn't written when it was happening. Actually, it did, Mr. Red. You're probably thinking, how did that work? Well, you know how in this very game you get dismounted the moment you enter combat? Like with your rocket troop thing? Picture that with your Chocobo. Am I going the right way? I am not. What am I doing here? Hold on. Where am I going? What quest am I on? God damn it, hang on. So that's Divided Loyalties. That's a turn-in, I think? Where the crap am I? God, I hate this planet so much. Yeah, you know what? Let's just morph. Let's just hit this button, get out of here. I believe there was Latario, but I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, I'm in combat with something. Yeah, it's almost like they did that on purpose, Mr. Red. Ugh, blinding land. Alright, where am I? Where am I? Where the hell is this? Okay, I need to go in there, I guess? Oh, did I go into the wrong freaking cave? I went to the wrong freaking cave. Ah, well, that's easy, Dr. Winter. So first of all, I feel like the phrase itself is sufficiently evocative to get across the point, Dr. Winter. But even if it isn't, the general idea is, if I say something is horrible, there's a decent chance that what I mean is it's bad. But if I say something is wonderfully horrible, then you know that what I'm actually saying is that it's good. Does that make sense? Beautifully horrific? No. I think Vader would care if his kids had an investor's relationship. What is an investor's relationship? Why do I not want to know what this thing is? Ah. I think he would probably care, yes. He's evil, not gross. Difference. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. I like investors' relationship better. No, think about it for a second. Luke, I am your portfolio holder. That's not true. That's impossible. Search your accounting. You know it to be true. Leia. Leia's my accountant. Oh yeah, by the way. Nobody's actually asked this, but we're getting rid of the kiss in the rewrite. And honestly, any flirting there at all, because, again, none of that was intended. That's a really easy thing to just kind of eject. I'll take Giga's spot here. It's a pure evil. I'm gonna get knocked out of Giga's spot. Oh, I didn't actually get knocked out of it. Holy crap. Join us. And we will rule the dividends as father and... I can't do a Vader voice right now. As father and son. No, we're not going to do the Back to the Future thing. First of all, it's hard to sympathize with the Back to the Future thing because that's Leia Thompson. Listen, I'm just saying, Alex. Have I considered giving Luke a love interest? Well, I was thinking about making a redhead who used to be one of the Emperor's hands, but then I realized nobody actually likes that. I'm certainly not Disney. This is our hiding spot? Okay, sure.
Kandha, the Void Wolf agrees to the terms of your deal. He will send the promised payment as soon as you secure your portion of the arrangement.
Ya is smoked up.
I'm close.
What arrangement? Oh, was this meant to be private?
Kill this intruder!
Pleasure. Get him, boys.
How willing are you to die to protect Imperial secrets?
Don't listen to this spy.
I want to hear more of this.
Why are we meeting with this Imperial scum?
He's gonna turn you all into slaves so he can take over the White Maw.
You'll ruin everything. With the Void Wolf's help, I'll rule the White Maw, here and throughout the galaxy. These fools are a small price to pay for the battle droids who will help me destroy the Gendai.
Son of a hut! Silence him! Control your men! The Void Wolf makes no deals with weaklings.
I'm not working for any Imperials!
Yeah, blast the Void Wolf. We're free men. We're the White Maw.
Okay.
I guess a few of us had suspicions, but I'm glad you took out that swine before he could sell us all out to the Void Wolf. I'm guessing it wasn't just chance that you were waiting here.
Shaitan has set this as my initiation into the White Maw.
You come from him, I just wanted to give you a warning. Kind of a thank you.
It's good to know the weaknesses of your enemies and your allies. It saves time sorting out who's who.
Look, you want into the White Maw, Shaitena is absolutely the best way, but he's an ice-hearted, backstabbing, miserable son of a hut. Doesn't trust anyone. Kandar's men sent for him before. He's got a personal shield generator, makes him basically untouchable.
So did Kandar just fail, or did you learn anything useful?
Kandar was going to try an ion grenade next. Figured the man's got shields, fight him like a droid. I don't want to cause trouble, just keep it in mind. If it saves your life, remember who told you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Takari. Always appreciate. Thank you. I'm glad you're liking the VODs. Who knows, you might even like that World of Lorecraft thing I spent 4 months of my life making. Plug. I'll put that towards Dragon Age. Yeah, the droid actually works well here. It's probably the only thing that does. This exit right here, for God's sakes. Are Jason and Jaina still on the rewrite? I have no idea. Favorite leader of the Kirin Tor? Khadgar. Khadgar is honestly one of my favorite Warcraft characters in general. Never mind, you know, of the Kirin Tor. Thank you, Alex. I'm glad you liked it. I've said it before and I've said it again. The Pixar block was rather fascinating to go through. What do I think about Ronan? Nothing good. And I think that's the summary I'm going to give there. Ronan is a negative to story. Possibly more than one. Good lord, this place. What's that? That's just a bonus. That's a turn-in, so let's go get this stupid thing. I mean, there's the Citizens of Dalaran thing, but have you read about Ronan in the books? Because he sucks. He's not as bad as, the Mary Sue I can't think of the name of, but he's pretty bad. Getting choppy again. No, not Madon, although Madon is the other one. Hang on. Ooh, look at that chop. Look at that. How are we chopping? Oh, we fixed that. Let's crank that down. Let's see if that fixes anything. That's better. Do I have any idea when I'm going to finish the Star Wars rewrite? The one I haven't even started yet? Yeah, probably like 10 years from now. I got other rewrites to do in the meantime. Let's see here. Crassus, that's his name. Corellistraz. Ronan's pretty bad too, though. Maybe I am confusing the two. Oh, whatever. Ronan sucks. That's the long and the short of it. Thankfully, he's dead. Spoilers. For a story that happened 20 years ago. Or 10 years ago, excuse me, 10 years ago. Favorite war chief? Sylvan. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I mean, Thrall is the only war chief, let's be blunt. Unless you mean of the old hordes, in which case I'm still gonna go with Thrall.
Kandar is dead. Now tell Shaitana to get me into the White Maw.
Fantastic. Now we won't be handed off to the Imperials like unwanted puppies. Sadly, it also means the chance of my love and lord getting a blaster bolt between the eyes just dropped to nil.
Is that a request?
Anyone who tried that would need a better reason than me asking.
We'll take him down together. I'll be your visiting hero, and you be my pirate queen.
It's not like I don't do half of what he takes credit for already. The men are used to listening to me.
The Marines dead. His men fled the planet. This is a good day.
You'll bring me before the council? Get me into the White Maw?
Of course. You held up your end of the bargain. You've proven your worth. You are now my brother in the White Maw. Of course, I killed both my brothers. I'm actually upset that that caught us by surprise. Honestly, Orgrim was probably the overall best. What is that pea shooter? The overall best war chief? No joke. Actually, yes, Giga. That's pretty much exactly how I would do it, so makes sense. Speaking of which, Giga, I've got a voice acting job for you. I need you to speak Huttese into this mic for 3 minutes. Or Simlish. Don't worry, just make it up as you go. Absolutely, Lothario. Of course, I think you can fit a lot of aesthetics, but... Just say Gilpa a bunch. And Gashi. Very important. Yeah, but if you speak Hungarian, then everyone in Hungary's going to be like, hang on a second. The Huts are speaking Hungarian. Are they saying that all Hungary people are Huts? And then I'll have people, you know, just waving torches and pitchforks. It'll be awful. You're stuck on Facebook? Oh my god, I am so sorry. I will happily wipe out Facebook for you, Giga. And honestly, for me. And for humanity. And if I'm being completely honest, just for fun. Screw Facebook so hard.
Oh, my heart almost stopped when I heard what happened. I had no idea. I mean, I knew the guy was sleazy, kind of bloodthirsty, and not all that hygienic. But it turns out Shai-Ten here under orders of some big-shot gangster, Rogan the Butcher. He's trying to bring the whole White Maw into Rogan's fold.
Rogan's got a crush on me. He keeps sending me presents.
You think this was personal? Look, all I know is the minute Shai-Ten had dumped you, his men went on a killing spree. He's taken out half the leaders of the White Maw, and he's not slowing down. Whatever you're after, you'd better get it. And fast.
Well, okay.
The Republic wants whatever the White Maw is using to get around their censors.
Oh, I'll bet. That kind of secret brings a fat payday, no? I can help. When Shai-Ten started heads rolling, they moved the Cloaker to an underground base for security.
What's in this for you?
Call it an overdeveloped sense of personal guilt. Plus, I'd really love to watch someone feed Shai-Ten his own teeth. The base is nearby, through some rough territory. I'll run ahead, distract the guards. There's a back way in with only automated security. You should be able to handle it. Think of this as my way to say, I'm sorry.
I do like actions over words, I'll admit it. But yeah, you notice how Rogan and Voidwolf are both somehow more pathetic than Skavik. Which is impressive, because Skavik was really pathetic. Like, it was kind of part of his character, was that he was that pathetic. Oh, we should probably turn in. Yeah, whatever. I like the Smuggler story arc, but as with every story arc, Act 2 is weak. So here we are. Weak storytelling. Thank goodness. Thank goodness I haven't given that many negatives yet. We really need to meet our... Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so my TV, my monitor that I use, actually has a built-in protection. If too many pixels are white at the same time, it reduces the power to the entire monitor. Now, that only happens if there's an overwhelming amount of white on the screen at a time.
Reminder, mechanized travel is for official business only.
Yeah, it kicked in. I should have noticed it earlier, but yeah, it kicked in. And yeah, it goes away when I go in here. Jeez Louise.
Turns out the blue guy was telling the truth. The Empire killed him. I found the data disk, at least.
It's just as well. I'm not sure the men really wanted a chiss hanging around here. The data disk is the critical thing. Let's get a look at it. Lieutenant, we need this decrypted.
Yes, sir. This is from Imperial Intelligence. It looks like it's a strategic assessment of the Ortolan geothermal power station. Maps, avenues of attack.
The geothermal station is currently held by the White Maw. If the Empire takes it from them, we're in trouble.
You're on, Dakota.
Exactly what will happen if the Empire's plan succeeds?
Capturing the power station would give the Empire a completely self-sufficient fortified base on our doorstep. They'd be able to launch attacks from there with impunity. We'd never drive them out.
So the data disk says you're all gonna die.
We don't have the manpower to defend that power station. Once you leave, the Empire could just take it. There's only one thing to do. Destroy it before they get there. Take these remote charges.
That's too bad. We could certainly use it.
It's not ideal, but we can't let the power station fall into Imperial hands.
Listen, if my enemies weren't pathetic, my life would be a lot harder.
You got what you wanted.
Wantahumpa, Murirava Fupa Chipampahula. Jonki Faguta, Chiho Poda Gioto Vokise.
Okay. Well, that was an enlightening conversation. Sorry, I missed it. Do you mind repeating it, Mr. Ed? Oh, hang on there. Let me scroll up a little bit. Yeah, let's put that under interface. Guy from Nickelback. There's pirates out there. The hailstorm scum have been attacking us non-stop. I haven't had a decent sleep in weeks. They're wearing us down, making us tired and vulnerable before they storm the outpost and finish us off.
You can still fight back.
They've got us outmanned and outgunned. We're totally dead. Food out here is scarce. On Hoth, they eat you, not the other way around. That's pretty gross.
I'll work every angle I can.
Nulilak apajam kamgam. Amkanemnang. Ampanemnang memua inok. Emkanaya nugam. Kinemnaya lak mege.
No, put it under interface, Mr. Ruin. What was that? Why is it like right here? What are you doing, map? Come on, map. What do you want from me? Oh my god, really? Really? Okay, sure. Oh my god, Crazy Norse. I quite literally have a headache from this. That's not a joke. I'm honestly thinking of giving a third negative for this because this is terrible. Especially now that I'm seeing it for more than, you know, like 40 minutes. You can Mega Skullmon Spockmon? Which one? Yeah, backtracking isn't good in general. Backtracking on this planet is awful. In addition to the obvious literal headache-inducing visual design, there's also the fact that this planet is way too big and way too dense with enemies. Like, look around for a second. Hang on, hang on. 2, 3, 4. So we're about to kill 4 people. That's 24 mobs, just in this little area, several of which are SIGs. That's insanity. And they leashed. Go on, go leash. Go leash. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hi, Walker. Yeah, imagine just looking at this. Like, the sky is blue and white. The mountains in the distance are blue and white. The walls are blue and white. The floor is blue and white. And the color, the shading that it's putting on everything, including us, is blue and white. It's awful. The only benefit is once we go inside, it becomes less bright. God, I remember those days, Mega Skullmon, Spockmon. Ugh, see? It's still bland and boring and awful, but at least it's not literally visually headache-inducing at this point. Screw it, I'm gonna give the third negative. This is ridiculous. Wait a second. Didn't, who got Ensign Templeman on Hoth? Because wasn't she a healer? I might be misremembering. No, because Agent's healer was the doctor. So it couldn't have been him. Her. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. Yeah, not Hoth, the Hoth. That's a different thing entirely. Yeah, that's not who I was thinking of. My bad. Yeah, Sith Warrior gets their healer really early. Twin. Go figure. Actually, I agree with that, Pancakes. It would still be bad, but not, you know, multiple negative layering bad, right? Yeah, Trooper got What's-Her-Face on Taurus. And Nero's S. Oh, that's right. Mako was a healer, wasn't she? I was gonna say, you know, I haven't seen any of the expansion planets. I look forward to seeing how huge and empty they are. It's filled with 7,000 trash mobs, which have too much health. Leveling curve should have its own category, unless it's baked into power progression curve. No, you're right, never mind. Leveling curve would be part of the power progression curve. Sorry. I forgot I folded those in to stretch out, so the difficulty curve is the other one. Succinct. Be polite. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet. Yavin's in this game? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Immediately banned. For spoilers. Uh oh. Okay, we're okay. I don't know any of the planets in, other than Ilum, and that's actually it. Giga. Giga! We need you, Giga! Literally. We cannot progress without you, Giga. I knew someone would come to rescue us. Welcome, welcome. I'll hold the parade in your honor. A feast! Let's find a proper way to thank you for this. Well, we could start with a tour of the facility. The marvel of engineering, if I say so myself.
You got a name?
I beg your pardon? I'm the chief engineer in charge of the power station. Isn't it beautiful? Wait, are you carrying explosives? Oh dear! You didn't come to rescue us, did you? You came to destroy my power station.
At least you have your freedom. Go. Start over somewhere else.
But why? My station never hurt anyone. It's harmless. This facility represents years of work by hundreds of my people. We can't abandon it. When the war is over, it'll be a heart of our colony. We'll never survive without it. Please reconsider. Our sensors just picked up a massive number of troops heading this way. It's the Empire! We're under attack. The Empire? Please, can't you help us? You saved us from the pirates. Yeah, okay.
The Imperial Army will be here any second. You might want to take cover before they get here.
Thank you. I know you changed your mind. You're a great and courageous person. You're gonna fight for your power station. We'll stand and fight alongside you. To arms! Wow. They're getting rid of host mode on Twitch. Huh. I don't only use that regularly, I use that every week. Why? Well, they gave some BS answer, but I don't know the real reason. I also use that twice a year for GDQ. I just need to take over this stupid planet, don't I? I don't want to run the planet Earth. You know how much of a dust ball this place is? Thank you, thank you. I'll never be able to repay you for your kindness and bravery. You've inspired us. We won't let our work fall into the wrong hands again. We're gonna fight back. Please tell Crash Outpost we'll begin building a defense system to protect the station. If the Empire comes back, we'll be ready.
I'm sure Major Vincent will be glad to hear it.
Hey, Dwayne Hicks. Welcome to Tor. I'm your host. Sorry. Hey, I'm plenty brave, Crazy Horse. Thank you very much. Excuse me, I have to go murder this innocent puppy. I'm just suffering a headache at the moment. But soon I will be free. 3 weeks, I'd say 3 weeks out, we'll finish with Vanilla Walker. I have no way of estimating how long the expansion content will be, though.
Our sensors didn't pick up any explosions. Did something go wrong?
Nope, something went very right.
The encounter was fierce.
You fought the Imperial Army? On
Yeah.
your own?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
For such a small group of people to take out an entire army. That's astonishing.
Yep.
Thank you. You've probably just saved the lives of half the soldiers on Hoth.
That was so easy, I fell asleep doing it.
There are a lot of people on Hoth who could probably use your help. Listen, I know this is asking a lot, but we've lost contact with Lieutenant Kirill at 10th Outpost. I don't know what's happened there, but I suspect they're in trouble.
Well, sucks to be them then, doesn't it? No, I don't get that. I'll help your poor, pathetic men, don't worry. I've actually never done a tour review, so that's kind of what this is.
Greetings.
And by kind of, I mean that is what this is. I say kind of. Where am I? No, most of the gear I'm getting is extraordinarily out of date, because I've been getting level gear for accomplishing milestones, like hitting certain levels. And that's what I have wearing. So that's like a 88 item, for example. The gear I actually have on is 148, for perspective.
I conferred with every man in the platoon. Even if we sent everyone we have, we couldn't strike the Brotherhood effectively.
Then you see my point. A combined operation might have a chance. You didn't say you had visitors.
What are you doing here? We haven't seen a new face in weeks. How did you make it past the Hailstorm Raiders?
Who is this, and why isn't he in chains?
Captain Biron is here attempting to solve a mutual problem. A group of white mob pirates called the Hailstorm Brotherhood.
They are savages, frankly. Cultists and marauders from some other ice planet that came to Hoth to test their limits. They hunt and murder those who cannot survive in the cold as they do. Republic and Imperials alike.
What else do you know?
The Brotherhood don't dare attack us in our outposts, but they're devastating to anyone out on the ice. That means our supply convoys are constantly being intercepted. It won't be long before they starve us out. Captain Biron came with an offer, that we join forces long enough to defeat the Brotherhood.
Are you sure we can trust him?
Without help, our deaths are a certainty. Anything is better. What we need is for someone to bait a trap. If we fire a distress flare out on the ice, the Brotherhood will come running to attack.
When that happens, my squad can surround them and wipe them out. All the bait would need to do is last until they arrive.
Just so we're clear, I kill double-crossers?
I assure you, if I wanted to ambush the Republic, I've already had plenty of opportunity.
Here's the distress flare. Fire once if all is as planned. Twice if the Imperial help isn't enough. Good luck out there. The Brotherhood knows that ice better than their own backsides.
So Space Cadet says, which do you think is going to be longer, the Trek rewrite or the Wars rewrite? Honestly, I think the Trek rewrite, pound for pound, will be longer. Especially since we haven't even decided on a format for the Wars rewrite yet. Just think, Orcano, this is taking this long? Thankfully we're not doing the bonus series, but imagine if we were doing the bonus series. I mean, I'm not exactly happy about it either, Megaskullmon Spockmon. I wasn't joking, I use that every week. I host my D&D campaigns that way. And I use it for the GDQ stuff. And I know other people like to use host feature in order to try and plug other, you know, streamers. It's networking. It's basic networking. Hey, you like my stuff, here's my friend. You plug them, they plug you, everyone's happy. Host command going away gets rid of one of those tools. How would I feel if Desmond's son became the new protagonist? Actually, I don't know if Lotario's there anymore. I'll save that question. Walker says, do you think this game will get the sushi tag? Yes. I know, that sounds weird, but I do. Remember, we're going through the bad stuff. I feel like that perspective needs to be re-emphasized. We're slogging through the crap so we can get to the good. That's the whole approach, right? That's why we're doing Jedi Knight next. I mean, granted, this is Smuggler, which is probably one of the better Republic arcs. But even Smuggler is still just kind of ugh compared to the 4 Imperial stories. And so far, that's bearing fruit. It is certainly better than Trooper. That's about all I'm willing to say definitively right now. Yeah, the planetarios are better on Imperial. The side quests are better on Imperial. The class quests are better on Imperial. It's no contest. And what's funny is I've said that for years. I've said that since this game came out. But now I'm actually going through and reviewing it. What I mean by that... Exactly, pillars of snow. You understand. What I mean by that is... It's one thing to say, you know, I think X is heavier than Y. It's another thing to weigh the two things and find out that X weighs substantially more than Y, because you actually weighed them, you know? Oh yeah, I need to set the flare. It says I'm too far away from the ambush point. Okay, let's try that again. That's the flare thing there. Yeah, even the map and quest layout is better on the Imperial side. We talked about that with regards to Balmora. Granted, I think Balmora will still have issues, but I remember Balmora being better than what we went through, you know, earlier today. Hey, that tracked, or shared, or however you want to do that. Yeah. Little victories. Do I think it's easier to write good stories on the evil factions? Actually, yes, I do. I've been thinking about that for a while now. You don't like Paper Mario, Alex? Oh, you do like it. Never mind. So, this is just my opinion. Villains tend to be more interesting for two reasons when it comes to writing. Number one, when you're writing a villain, you don't have as many limitations as when you're writing, a hero. So you as the writer literally have more tools in your arsenal to write them, right? Okay, so that's way down there. Maybe we should turn in first. Let's see what the turn in does. That's actually Paper Mario 1. Good guess, though, Alex. So, you don't have as many limitations because a villain can do more than a hero and people won't question it. Point number one. Point number two, villains are almost by their nature more proactive. They're more often doing, whereas heroes tend to be more reactive. Obviously, that's not always true, but it is something that tends towards being true. So we've got those two things, right? But hang on, let's add a third flavor there, because this is a BioWare game, and BioWare games have a tendency to allow you to play, let's call it what it is, good or evil. So all of a sudden you have the already more fleshed out, interesting side, which you can do more with, and now you have the option to flesh them out to make them less evil. Give them depth, give them perception, show some of the good people in the Empire, show how the Empire operates, etc., right?
You did it. I haven't seen that many dead Brotherhood since we first came to the planet.
Agreed. It was efficacious.
I'll assume that was the Imperial equivalent of enthusiasm, Captain.
It was. My scouts are in pursuit of the fleeing Brotherhood now. We'll see what they find.
Now is not the time to underestimate them.
My thoughts exactly.
Snow Raptor, this is Hatchling. Come in, Snow Raptor.
Go ahead, Hatchling.
We spotted the remainder of the enemy force entering the ice fortress. Coordinates attached.
If the remainder of their force is grouping at the ice fortress, they've been badly hurt. It's time to finish them.
The Captain's right. We're not going to get this chance again.
I'm not giving this group a centimeter of purchase. They're all going down.
All right. Our priority target is Master Sav. A cult without its beloved leader is a beast without its head.
Sav is a legend among the Brotherhood. We stranded him in the snow once, and left him for dead in Wampa country. He strangled one with a torn femur, and skinned it with his own claws. He showed up in the ice fortress weeks later, quite alive.
I'll remember that story next time I'm a Wampa.
The point is, Master Sav is not to be underestimated. We'll need you spearheading the attack on him, while we secure the fortress.
We will split into multiple squads, then meet up again in the audience hall. Be warned, the hall is a defensible area. They'll move the big guns there once they know we're attacking.
With all of us coming down on them, they're in for some bad times.
Undoubtedly. Meet with Sergeants Cacho and Enlicker inside the fortress. Their men will reinforce you as you push to the audience hall. Go quickly. Let's not give them time to get back on their feet.
There are other factors while we're on the subject. You know, I could talk about the cool factor. Villains almost universally are allowed to have more cool equipment and cool stuff. But there is one other thing, so let's look at the 4 perspectives. There's some variance here, but there's 4 broad perspectives. There's the evil side and there's the good side, and then there's you being good and you being evil, right? So, on the evil side, you can just be evil and have fun with it. On the good side, you can just be good and feel good about it. To be
I've
continued.
taken care of things.
Sabotage their foodstuffs. Excellent. That ought to limit their numbers on the front lines, at least for a while. We'll make the most of the breathing room we've given us. Thank you for your assistance. But people tend to be contrary. That's just normal human nature. There's nothing really necessarily wrong with that. So people have a tendency to want to be the opposite of what they're supposed to be. Evil on the good side and good on the evil. Now, part of the problem is if you play... Both of those can be good. But I would say that making an evil... God, look at that graphic stutter. Wow! There we go. Making evil side good person is easier to do properly than making good side evil person. The reason why is because of the nature of video game linear storytelling and the fact that you still have to have them keep having their job. They can't be found later on. You know, they have to keep having a reason to do the quests, yada yada yada. And so in a format like this where they're as restricted as they are, they're going to have not as easy of a time making it so that you can actually be evil on the good side. Now that can do that. There's plenty of ways to do that. But they didn't. Instead, what they did was they made you a jackass on the good side for the most part. And that's it. Now, there are exceptions to that, of course. But you get my point. And yeah, exactly, Inamisho. See, that would work, Star Wars, but that is arguably harder to write properly, especially since you're going to have basically an increasingly difficult job the more you write that way. Nevertheless, that would be the ideal, obviously. That's a good question, Mike Romano. Have you ever played a Sith warrior who constantly shocks Fed every time she opens her mouth? Because you can do that. I haven't. I've already decided we're going to be really evil on our Sith warrior. But there's lines. So we're going to let Vet go as soon as we can. And then we'll go back to being hilariously evil. Either way, what I'm trying to say is that even if you ignore quality of writers and blah, 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 I do think that writing a good story arc on the evil side is easier. Sorry. Doing good writing on the story on the evil side is easier, and writing good characters on the evil side is easier. Hi, Ben Wilmot. So what I'm trying to say is, here's what I think happened. Alright, we're gonna write Tor, okay? And we've got a bunch of writers. We've got what I think they had 10 writers in the office at that point in history. So we want everyone to kind of pick what thing they want to write for. And the best writers all said, "Oh, I want to write for the Empire." And so they did. And so the Republic side got the other writers. And now we have the talented writers doing the thing that's easier and more interesting to do, making it even better, and the less talented writers doing the harder thing to do, making it much worse. That's what I think actually happened, my opinion. And I do actually have some evidence of that, but all I need to say is Drew Karpyshyn. But yeah, the Republic got the C team. That's really what it boils down to. Now, Crazy Norse asks a very valid question. Do any other MMOs with a faction are lopsided in terms of quality, I assume you mean? Yes. World of Warcraft. Yeah, the only evidence I need to give is Trooper. That's exactly right. Whether or not Drew Karpyshyn is a good writer or not, in general, is something I don't want to debate. But Drew Karpyshyn wrote Jedi Knight. And it shows. And that's all I'm going to say about that. It shows. And I actually have a rotation now. Do you know that? Check it out. So I do 4, 5, and then 4, and then 4, and then 5, and then 3, and they're dead. He did write Pieces of KOTOR, yes. But anyways, World of Warcraft is a perfect example of an MMO where one of the factions is just demonstrably better written than the other ones. Now, this is something I will discuss at length when we come to WoW, but it's really easy to describe in brief why that is. Before I run into that room, I'll explain it very, very briefly. The Horde has an identity and a integral relevance to basically all the main plots. Like, the main characters of the Horde are central pillars of character throughout Warcraft history. You know, we've got Thrall, we've got Sylvanas. Let's ignore modern stuff for a second. Going back to when WoW started. Thrall, Sylvanas, Cairn was still in charge back then. So we've got major characters, and then we've got the fact that they're a part of the Horde, the Scourge, and a part of what's going on with the Dragonflight, and so forth and so on. I'm not going to go down the list, because this is the brief version. So, better and more central characters, bigger relevance for the plot, and frankly more interesting. Because the whole point of the Alliance is that they're the Alliance, whereas the point of the Horde is that they are family. If you're not understanding the difference to that, one of those has no identity, and the other one has a very strong identity. There's a reason why Horde equals family was a major trend for expansions, plural. Building up to and concluding with Pandaria when we rebelled against Garrosh. I just automatically said we when referring to the Horde. That probably says something about me, but I'm willing to accept that. My point is, the Horde, and this is actually kind of a bad thing, the Horde has all the good writing, and has had all the good writing for over a decade. The Alliance's biggest problem is that nobody's been writing it properly. It's the exact same problem I just mentioned with the Sith Empire and the Republic. The Republic could be written well, and the Alliance could be written well, but they're generally not. There are some exceptions. There was some really cool stuff in Cata. I love what they did with Westfall. Wonderful story arc in Westfall. I like what they did with Red Ridge. There's some really cool little story arcs here and there I'm not going to bore you with. But the Horde got the quality writers. Sorry, Gus. You served your purpose. Now Shai Tenna wants to tie up loose ends.
No, this isn't the way it... Captain, please, for the love of all that is good and righteous, help me!
If Shai Tenna wants you to fight someone, fight me.
Thanks. I don't usually get an invitation. Kill him, boys.
You saved my life. Shai Tenna was going to kill me. First things first. There are Gand bounty hunters waiting in the next room, courtesy of Rogan the Butcher. Apparently, it was personal.
How many? How good?
The bounty hunters rigged this whole place with that poisonous sludge they breathe. As soon as that door opens, that stuff is going to pour in here. If you don't want to drop dead before a shot hits you, forget the Gand. Go past them into the room and target the gas valves.
The showing up and knowing exactly what I need is getting annoying.
Look out!
Damn it, Gus. Hi, Yada. And yes, Caspian, that is why. Because C2 doesn't talk, or disapprove when I flirt with people. The flirt must flow. I would love to see Gen do something, I agree. I mean, I just voiced every complaint I have with it when I was talking about Tor. I would love for the Republic to be a really good story arc, and I feel there's huge, tremendous potential and challenge in doing storytelling in Tor. But they don't. Or at least they haven't. Maybe they do in the expansions. I guess it doesn't matter or apply the same way. I guess we'll see when we get there. Like, hell, we even came up with potential for the Trooper story arc, and the Trooper story arc was bloody awful. I need to go up. How do I get up? How do I get up? There we go. And you know my opinion of Jedi Knight, and I don't even remember Consular. Yeah, the Alliance always makes fun of us for losing our war chief all the time, but you don't even have a king anymore. We have a council! Not that it's mattered. Come on, wow, make it matter. Make the Horde the First Republic. We're already halfway there. Seriously, Warcraft is a whole bunch of military dictatorships and hereditary monarchies. Make the Horde the First Republic. That would appeal to me in ways I can't even put into words. Like a very vindictive kind of a smarmy enjoyment from being that as the Horde. Oh, they will, Caspian. They will.
That's twice now. The saving my life. And I meant it before about not lying, so just give me a second. This is new ground for me. I work for Rogan. There, I said it. The whole reason he sent me to Hoth was to kill you, and I don't want to do it anymore.
You work for the man who's chased me across 6 different planets, and you don't want to do it anymore?
I had no idea what you were really like. The Jedi Order. It's all black and white. Like, why try if I've already turned my back on the light? I ended up in Hoth to Rogan. He basically made me Shaitenna's slave. Told him to use me how he wanted.
I'm sorry, did you catch that? That was one line of brilliant storytelling. The Jedi Order are all black and white. If you've tarnished your record at all, you might as well go all the way with it. How much of Star Wars does that one line of dialogue describe?
You did know they don't call him Rogan the Cuddly Defender of Orphan Jedi, right?
Hey, I thought the Butcher meant the guy couldn't be beat. Until I met you. You sweet-talked Alalia. Saved me. Turned Kandar's men against him. Rogan doesn't inspire half the loyalty you do. Let me make this up to you. I can get you to the Cloaker. No tricks, no traps.
Where is the Cloaker? And what hoops do I have to jump through to get it?
The White Maw's base is in one of the Republic's downed ships. Lots of guards. No visitors. I'll meet you there. We can work together to get past the guards and find the Cloaker. Though you might be surprised when you meet him.
I'm liking Gus so far. I was always a pirate king, Drax. Excuse me, pirate king. I would never be a pirate king. Oh, was there? Oh, whatever. I admit I'm kind of letting my eyes not fully take in the screen, if that makes any sense. Because I have a headache and this thing is killing me. This frickin' planet. Yeah, whose fault was it that Anakin Skywalker fell to the dark side? Palpatine? Yeah. Obi-Wan? Uh-huh. George Lucas? Definitely.
Greetings.
But the real blame
the following travel routes
is with the Jedi. No, I didn't yet. I was saving the question for you. So, it's hard to pick because there's so many good Zelda items. There's the spinny wheel from Twilight Princess. the ball and chain from Twilight Princess, the boomerang from Twilight Princess. I also really like the Rod of Control from Twilight Princess. I'm also a big fan of the Sand Blower from Skyward Sword. I think I'll stop there, but there's some good stuff over the Zeldas. Oh yeah, also the double claw shot from Twilight Princess. You're gonna get there before me. That's okay, I can accept that. You know, it's funny you say that, Blade Terval, because I think that's literally true. I think if the Jedi had actual, honest-to-God mental help, like real mental help, they'd probably do a lot better. Not jokingly, not memeingly. Does Star Wars have therapists? So you know how real life has only really started to open up to the concept of mental health and therapy over the last 10 years? Star Wars was invented in the 70s. There's a thought, Inamisho. A terrible, terrifying thought. But a thought. I mean, it's the same thing with Star Trek, right? People think Troy is a psychological help person, and it's like, yeah, I know. Mega Skullmon, Spockmon, I know. So what you're saying is we just need to kill all the Scientologists.
Sergeant Enlicker reporting in, sir. We've received little resistance so far.
Sergeant Cacho reporting in, sir. You got here just in time for the fighting. These here are your unit. Straight on to the audience chamber. We'll fan out to intercept reinforcements.
Time to show these nuts the nutcracker.
Right, taking point.
Sir,
I'm not being
now
mean.
that they're gone, do you seriously expect them to be allies?
I'm waiting for the moment when they betray us.
Good. Because mark my words, it's gonna happen. They've got Captain Biron leading them. I've heard all about him back in the day when I was captured. Likes ambushes, he does.
You think he'll make this move soon?
He wants the fortress. Once they capture it, they're gonna take the turrets and turn them on us. The safe thing to do is, as soon as the Brotherhood is broken, take down Biron's men and grab him as a prisoner. It wouldn't take much. He's back at the base alone, and this lot will fold if we pull it on them surprise-like.
Let me get back to you.
Don't think too long. I'm gonna get ready. You just give me the signal when you need me. I'll go keep an eye on that sergeant. You take the boys here.
I actually really like the idea of a group of Jedi Force users being devoted towards mental health, because that actually makes a tremendous amount of sense to me. I'm going to jot that down for the rewrite. In Star Trek, I added the Diplomatic Corps. In Star Wars, I'm going to add the Mental Health Corps. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, but how do we have things like Anakin and all the other terrible stuff that happens? Well, we could do two things with that. The first is we could take the hard route. And we can make it so that... There's a lot of these guys here. And we can make it so that the... like Anakin in specific still falls in a way that actually makes freaking sense, rather than having the Jedi Order basically shove him to the dark side as hard as possible. Trickier to write, more work, more difficult, but I think we can make that happen. The alternative, the easy option, is to make the Counselor Jedi not part of the Jedi Order. But I think there's such a thing as the perfect story. No. Other than Final Fantasy VI, obviously. I'm joking. I really don't think there is such a thing. I haven't decided yet, Inamisho. I do like the idea that the Jedi are flush with volunteers. No, think about it for a second. Imagine how many families would consider it prestigious to have their child be a member of the Jedi Order. Oh yes, Timmy? He's already made knighthood. He writes me periodically. I haven't gotten to see him in 12 years, but he tells me he's doing good work. I hear he was the one who was dispatched to Moth Changilla recently. He got through that whole situation without even firing a shot. I mean, think about it. That's creepy and weird. That's true, Crazy Norse. Yeah, put simply, I think the Jedi don't really need to kidnap anyone. I think people will be lining up to allow people to become Jedi.
Isn't this a surprise? The Republic and Imperials all bound together. What's wrong? Getting cold? Need to share body heat?
I bet you say that to all the heroic spacers.
Your humor masks fear. Fear that one day people will realize they need neither Empire nor Republic. And your death is one more step on the road to pure liberation.
Oh, well, okay. Die. Let's see how good your nipples, defend against blaster bolts. Not very well. Oh no.
That's the room, gentlemen. Take the turrets and secure the perimeter.
All units, find an Imperial. Reinforce their positions with small arms. Move out. This is the time. Don't let them dig in.
No, we're not going to be evil. There's no reason to.
Now.
And what? Yeah, okay, fine. I didn't think that would happen. That's a new one. Huh. I said no. Oh well, whatever. That's a good question, Space Cadet. How far through Hoth? We're pretty far in. And thankfully we're not doing the bonus series. Yes, that's the one, Mr. Red. And I bet you can guess what that goes under. Okay, so what happened there, to explain, was I was going to back out of it, and then it said, this will abort for all. So I said, oh, no, I'm not going to abort for all. I'm not going to do that. Whatever, I'll live with it, right? But then, after not aborting for all, I got kicked out, and I don't even know what's happening up here. Okay.
That's the room, gentlemen.
All
whatever.
There's no need to escalate this.
Escalate? They're gonna have a clear field of fire on us.
Catch out. I've just received word from Captain Biron. He's got new orders.
You'll find him quite ready for them, Imperial.
He said to clear out the fortress once it's secured. It's too large for us to hold. Is something wrong?
He thought he saw another pirate. False alarm.
Oh yeah, I guess things are all fine. All right. Everything's fine.
I'm never hearing the end of this.
Is there anything I can do?
Tell your captain that he's dead on about the fortress size. We'll be out of here as soon as all the rooms are searched.
Okay, so are you guys still bugged? I'm gonna feel really bad if that screwed that up. I said no to canceling it. What the hell, game? Oh, I know, Cashel. Your objective is to kill people. Okay, hang on, let me leave. Because I think this is my instance, which is the problem. Even though it really shouldn't be. Why did it kick me out? Oops, I'm going the wrong way. I think? God, where am I? Dungeons is correct, Mr. Red. You know what? Hang on. Let me really warp out of here. I mean, Hoth has had several buggy quests. Enough that I think I'm going to give a separate Hoth quest bugs here, because this is not the first or second or third Hoth quest we have seen bugged today. I mean, you can say whatever you want about sample size. That's not good. So anyways, I'm out. Maybe yours can reset. I'll just kind of chill here for a bit. Get someplace which is a little darker. So, while I'm waiting for them to kill people horribly, one of the things that I keep pushing the idea of, which we're not decided on yet, is that anybody can learn to use the Force. Now, there's actually a lot of different nuances and variables to how exactly that can be demonstrated, but let me explain why that's relevant. If anybody can learn how to use the Force, then a huge number of people from a huge number of different special interest groups are going to be trying to reach out to the Jedi Council and the Jedi Order, asking them to, you know, sign them up, or their friend up, or their child up, or their loved one up, or whatever, right? It's going to become the Harvard of the frickin' Republic, except worse in every way. Now, I think that's a good thing. I think there's a lot of storytelling potential there. I don't want to do that. There we go. Get a little darker thing here. Write down that Hoth bug while we're here. That's a good question, Bragwin. The way I mentally think of it is that just about anybody can, you know, use the Force, but they have absolutely no idea how to. In other words, you quite literally require training. It's not like you can just stumble into it. You have to have some kind of training of some variety or another, right? Now, here's the really messed up part. What if there's someone who learns just a little bit of Force alteration? Just a little bit of ability to manipulate the Force, enough to train other people to use the Force just a little bit. And all of a sudden, they have a... well, I don't want to say a scam, but certainly a money-making possibility there. And they couldn't actually advertise... well, okay, I say couldn't. They shouldn't advertise it as a Jedi school, because then the Jedi Order would stomp right down on them. But they also could advertise it as a Jedi school, which could, you know, cause people to fall for the scam. At that point, that's a straight-up scam. Or they could just go to this random Force school to learn a little bit of Force, you know? And Crazy Norse is correct. Little knowledge is worse than none. Oh, absolutely, Casual. Now, I actually misspoke there, Inamisha, and that's my fault for having a headache. I apologize. What I mean by it can't happen innately or without training is in the overwhelming percent of times it can't happen without training. You know, 7 trillion people cannot use the Force. But those 7 people throughout the galaxy, they stumble onto very specific and very precise circumstances which allows them to manage the Force innately, right? And then they kind of grow and learn from there, if that makes any sense. Oh, yep. Yep. Okay.
heard about the situation over the comm. Master Sav is dead and half the Brotherhood tried to flee by jumping off the cliff. A well-executed plan. Of course, the irony is that with the Brotherhood gone, we'll be free to focus our tactics on one another.
What would you suggest, Lieutenant? 24-hour truce as we return to our outposts?
I could grant that when it involves my men. I cannot, of course, speak for others. What do you think?
If you ever need to defect, you know who to call.
A fine compliment. But after today's negotiations, I will likely be watched carefully.
Yes, you risk much by coming here, Captain. If only more Imperials were like you.
Be careful what you wish for, Lieutenant.
Well, the day's not over yet, and already it brought about the end of the Hailstorm Brotherhood. There's a bigger war out there on the ice, and for once, the Imperials aren't the worst of it.
Just point me to where I can help. I'm getting used to the cold.
Admiral Revold commands the Republic fleet on Hoth. From the surface, no less. He's fighting tooth and nail with the White Maw leaders every day. You can do for him what you did for us. The White Maw could be a thing of the past, and we would all sleep easier.
Let's just say, if we had more competent Imperials, the Empire would win. That's my secret, Giga. I'm always shirtless. It's a good way to put that, Bragon. So, Cashel says, should some people in the rewrite have more intuitive command over others? So the way like I said, there's several nuances to it. It's not really an all or nothing thing, right? So, what we could have is a situation where someone, just off the top of my head, let me start using some made-up examples. Let's say Caspian in chat right now has, let's use made-up numbers, 50 force potential, okay? Now, that's on top of whatever Caspian learns, right? But if Caspian never learns how to use the Force, never taps that, never accesses that, that 50 potential doesn't mean anything, right? Now let's say Blade Traval has 30 potential, but was found at childbirth, very, very young age, and it's like, oh, we want you to join the Jedi Order. Cool, Force, 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 Force. And so they are Blade Traval is a lot more Force capable than Caspian, despite technically being born with less Force potential. There's a system, and I'm trying to think of the name of. I think it's called a knack. Or Investor. I think that's what it's actually called, Investor. The idea is, some people are just born with, let's call it shortcuts. Usually in settings, this boils down to magic, but obviously that applies pretty linearly to Force. So some people are just born with innately more... Oh, God, that's better in my eyes. With innately more capacity with the Force, but that's only the initial, right? So let's say for a moment that Blade Traval really trains and really fleshes out and really does a lot with the Force. So Blade Traval actually gets up to like 70 capacity with the Force. In other words, surpassing Caspian, who never even started training to begin with. It's just, Caspian would have been given a leg up on Blade Traval if he'd started training. And that's something I've been thinking. And yeah, it's like modern athletes. It's a very real-life common thing. Most people can play basketball. Some people are just going to have a leg up on that. No pun intended.
Where'd they go? Who do I have to shoot to get some sensor data around here?
Sorry, Commander. Latest readings indicate they've established a perimeter around the ships.
I warned the Admiral something like this might happen. I hate it when I'm right.
Commander, you have visitors.
Hey, you look like you know your way around a blaster. Want a chance to play hero?
You're about to see a real-life hero in action.
And I need someone trustworthy who can clean up a mess quickly and quietly.
You're putting a lot of stock in someone you just met.
You made it to the worst place on Hoth. That takes grit. Besides, I've heard about the work you've been doing.
God, this is so blue.
Pirates are salvaging computers out of our wrecked starships. Computers with a lot of sensitive data. Codes, maneuvers, base locations. If this continues, we can kiss any security we had goodbye.
I was afraid this would be too easy.
I heard you liked the challenge. I need somebody who can be quiet, fast, and if need be, deadly. We need to wipe each computer with an ion mine. The pirates aren't going to make it easy for you either. They'd kill their own mothers to protect that salvage.
Oh, I never get tired of shooting pirates. Count me in.
I knew we could rely on you. Find the ships that still have functional computers and wipe them. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
So, okay. To be continued.
Good. Now that you're all here, we can get this party started. I'm Admiral Revald. The Zabrak with the sunny disposition is my chief engineer, Aram. Welcome to the best place on Hoth.
Shouldn't you be with the fleet?
I should be on the front lines. You see where we are? Take a good look around you. This is the turning point of the war. I don't know how much you've seen of the Republic presence on this snowball, but this is what it's all about. This isn't just a battle for Hoth. We went out here, and we've got the whole war with the Empire in the bag.
Give me all the details.
Spread across that ice field is what's left of one of our capital ships. She was carrying a top-secret weapon prototype. The Null Cannon. It can fry all the machinery on a starship without giving the crew so much as a hangnail. With that weapon in our hands, we can push the Empire back to the unknown regions.
We had a fantastic weapon, till it was broken into little bits and buried in the ice. Great.
We found the wreckage. Trouble is, pirates got there first, snatched up several pieces of our prototype, striking from a hidden base. We've deployed the Tals and the infantry. They're taking heavy losses out there, and we're not any closer to getting the Null Cannon. We can't allow these thieving scum to leave Hoth with a weapon that can take out any starship in the galaxy.
One prototype coming up.
Sensors detect life forms in the nearby wreckage. The pirates may be making a grab for pieces of the Null Cannon's primary power core.
Keep an eye out for anything that will help us track the scum back to their lair. And contact me once all the fragments of the power core are secure. Go out there and bust some heads.
Hang on, Mr. Red. Let me hit the stream breaks. Hit the stream breaks. The problem is that's actually a new precedence, which I'm not sure what we're going to put it under. So we have to decide that right now on the fly. Let's see here. I think we're going to go ahead and put that under... Put it under difficulty options. I have actually done the Ilum stuff, yes, back when it first came out. God, it's a big ship. Alright, so Dr. Winter asked something. He says, you still have to be born with the Force. The answer is no. The whole point is you don't have to be born with the Force. You're just born with a investure. The investure can change how you start and where you end, but anybody could use the Force. That poor lizard. Yeah, Hildanis would be like, where am I? Couldn't even see herself. Exactly, Mr. Red. And obviously the ridiculous majority of people will never really learn how to use the Force. Like, I like Bragwin's example. Just about anyone can solve quadratic equations, but most people aren't going to, because a huge number of people don't even know what quadratic equations are. Never mind what to do with them or how to do anything with it. Someone who has an investure of 0 would still be capable of using the Force. Remember, the investor is your... This is such a terrible way to put it, but think of it from a character creation perspective. Imagine you're making a character, okay? You're making a Jedi in a video game. Now let's say as you're making this character, excuse me, you have the option to spend some of your character creation points on giving yourself bonus Force mana at the start of the game, right? Now, that doesn't go up, and you're still making a Jedi, no matter what. But you can start with more than everyone else does because you invested in that in character creation. Does that make sense? I actually don't off the top of my head. I'm sorry, Yada. I absolutely think that should be possible, Mr. Red. In fact, I'd love the idea of doing a story arc about some random Jedi or Sith or whoever who everybody knew had like no investor, just started off at like a 0 and turned out to be one of the most powerful Jedi or powerful Sith ever, right? Now, if we're being completely honest, I should probably also mention, when I say you start off with 30 mana, see, the problem is the character creation analogy doesn't quite fit here. God damn. Long knockdown. Because let's liken it unto real-life talent, okay? Physical capacity. So let's go back to our example earlier with Caspian and Blade Traval, right? So let's make this simpler. Caspian has 50 investure. Blade Traval has 0. Let's make it much more clear. Now, let's also assume that magically somehow they both received the exact same training under the same Jedi Master, and both of them try exactly as hard to invest themselves into becoming a Force user. The idea then would be that Caspian, who has more investure, would become more powerful, not just because of the initial, but because they are flexing something they're already good at. In other words, it's not just an initial, but it's also a bit of a modifier. But you still have to work on it, right? You still have to put that work and effort and time and training into honing the innate talent. So at that point, going back to what someone earlier said, someone else said, I forget who said it, it's kind of like an experience modifier. It was Cyclone Soldier. It's kind of like an experience modifier at that point. You just gain more Force experience by virtue of that multiplier. Is there anything here? What am I doing? I'm going the wrong way. That's where I'm going. And yeah, the X modifier means nothing if you do nothing with it. So it still takes hard work, and you still got to make something of it. It's an interesting idea, Mr. Red. I kind of like that. I have to admit, I also really like the idea that Palpatine, in this particular story arc, has an investor of like 0. I know that that's horrible of me, but I just love the idea that Palpatine got everywhere he is based purely off of just his hard work on the matter. And nothing else. You know, that he was that hungry for it. Okay, so a null is... I know I saw you answering me what a null is. Where's... Someone removed from the warp. Ah! So someone who is an anti-force. Okay. Or a Zalamiri, if you prefer. I haven't thought about that, will be my answer to you. It's never even occurred to me. But I'm not going to say no. It's an interesting idea. I would be hesitant to do something like Nihilus, but someone who simply is devoid of the Force could be interesting. Although, of course, whether or not that'll work would depend entirely on what the Force is. Use Pirate's computer. Which is where? God, I hate this map so much. No! There it is. Seize it. Correct, Dr. Winter. There we go.
I've got your power core and a data pad with the location of the pirate hideout, Admiral. Anything else while I'm here?
You made quick work of that motherless space trash. Well done. Now our troops can take the fight to them.
I hate to interrupt, but the data suggests these components were from the ancillary, not main power core. That's bad.
We still kept part of the null cannon out of the pirates' hands. Can't be catastrophic.
Worst case scenario, the pirates already have enough of the weapon to make it operational.
You'll have to go into their base after it. Hit those sons of huts before they know we're coming.
This sounds like something I could do for a few more credits.
You'll get them. I'll see to it personally.
That data pad puts the pirate base inside a huge system of ice caverns not far from here.
Half the scum in the galaxy will be in there. Chief Engineer Aram and a squad of Tals will be on your heels. Once the pirates are down, Aram will secure the null cannon for transport. It'll be the mother of all fights. Good luck.
Sure. Why not? I don't know about that, Mr. Red. I'd have to think about that. Especially on the grand scale. Interesting, Inamisha. Although, of course, we all know that the Vong are terrible and awful. Like, we all agree with that, right? No, Hey, let me look at my question, because I think I've fallen behind here a little bit. So, Cashel says, do you think in the rewrite some people have more intuitive control of... I just finished answering that, sorry. How do the Sith end up with this system? So, Jay Palmer asked that. So, again, none of this is codified, but my general idea here is that most of the Sith are probably going to be direct consequences of the Light Jedi Order. I know, Orkano. God, I hate Hoth so much. Oh, the way I've written it so far, again, all of this is in beta, is that the Sith are a direct reaction to the Light Jedi. Well, screw you, I'm gonna go do it my way with blackjack and hookers. And they try to go pretty much the exact opposite of what the teachings of the Jedi Order had been, and so they give in to what they refer to as the dark side, which I'm gonna call that, because obviously, as we've talked about before, there is no such thing as the dark side, not really. How would I fix the Vong? Delete them completely? I think it's a good fix. Like, someone's like, oh my god, it's the Vong! Wait. Nope, they're gone. It's cool, we're cool. Sorry, false alarm. So for those of you who haven't heard me talk about it yet, the general idea, and I'm going to wait for them to be here so they get credit on this. The general idea here is that there is no light side and there is no dark side. There's only the Force. And everyone individually pulls on the Force in their own particular way. But you can also pull on the Force in a patterned way. So for example, let's say that... Let me use colors to make this work in a different way. Let's assume that Cashel pulls on the Force from kind of a mauve color, okay? That's the specific frequency that Cashel pulls from, okay? But let's say that Cashel hears about this great Jedi Order. It's like, oh my god, the Jedi Order is so amazing and fantastic. What am I in combat with? I should go train with them. They know what they're doing. So Cashel now undergoes their training, learns their specific methods of pulling on the Force, and Cashel's color slowly shifts from mauve to light. It shifts into this different color that they are preaching, because the literal method by which he's pulling has changed, thanks to his training. Sense, mate? So that's what I mean when I say it's a drop down in the middle of my screen. What, Caspian? This? The achievement tracker? This thing over here? Anyways, lost my train of thought. So, the Light Jedi, by virtue of what I'm going to refer to as luck into being very, very important with the Republic. They have political positioning. They act as either an arm of the Council, or, sorry, not the Council, the Senate, or have members in the Senate, or whatever, right? That gets them prestige, that gets them noticed, snowball effect. So, hypothetically, if the Jedi Order never existed, anybody could have come up with their own particular method of drawing on the Force, and all those different methods of drawing on the Force would be equally valid. But the biggest game in town in teaching how to draw from the Force, and it hasn't respawned, is the Jedi Order. So if you want to learn how to use the Force, they're kind of your option. So a lot of people, through ignorance, start propagating the idea of the light side, which, as I remind you, does not exist.
Stand by for examination and suggested product.
This, then, is where the dark side comes from. AKA people who say, oh, well, screw you, I'm not going to go include this whole passivity thing. I'm not going to go for this whole control over my emotions thing and lack of attachments thing. So they go off, and they form the Sith. And now we have the dark side, which, as a reminder, does not exist. They call it the dark side precisely because the others called it the light side. They do it as a reaction to the Light Order, to the Jedi Order. I already hate this quest. Like, a lot. This is not a good quest. Now, obviously, you know, the dark side is a valid category of how to pull on the Force, but if you've been paying attention, because of the uniqueness of the Force, even 20 different dark Jedi who have all been trained under the same method will actually be pulling on a slightly different variant, a slightly different frequency of the Force from each other. Actually, you know what? You're right, Zeiss. Suppressing, which is... That's the Vulcan mistake, isn't it? So yeah, the Sith become a splinter offshoot of the Jedi. And, well, now we have Lightsiders and Darksiders. And the Darksiders are, you know, anti-Lightsiders because of that, and blah, 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 blah. You get it. Almost all of the rest of it just kind of writes itself from that point, because it all just makes too much sense. There's another one. Good find, Giga. Good find. Now, the reason I talked all that out is because Jay Palmer's asking how do you do the Sith, but this is also relevant to the other question, which was the X-Men equation, right? How do you do individual powers or focuses? So this is one of the reasons why I think that everyone has their own specialty thing could have an in-universe explanation. You are particularly good at X because that is the frequency of the Force that you pull. I keep calling it frequency. I don't really have a better word than that. That just makes sense in my head. God, this quest sucks! Alright, time to go find another one. This isn't even a primary. Did you catch that? This is a secondary. This also, doing it this way, oh god, also gives us the option to have other schools of thought and other people training other styles or other patterns or other teachings of the Force if we want to. Now, hang on, so let me get caught up in my questions here. So Dr. Winter asks, what if I make a smuggler instead of a Jedi? And only later do I decide to add Force to my character. So let's assume once again that we're using the character creation perspective here. So let's say that you still are designing your investure, right? You still pick your investure at the start, even if you're not making a Jedi. So what you could effectively do, in gameplay terms, is nerf your smuggler to give yourself a large investure, so that later on, when you start training in the Force, you get that heads up, and you get that experience boost. And now we go right back to the... I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, gotcha. It's a good question. It's just... Yeah, it's whatever. I like resonance rather than investure. I call it investor because that's what the mage term is for that. There's the old line of thought that, you know, that's a big gap. Do you see that? Look how big that gap in the world is right there. There's that old line that Han, you know, is a Force sensitive and blah, 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 because everyone's a Force sensitive. And that's something that's been argued several times over the years. And I don't feel like getting into, to be completely honest with you. But under the system I am proposing, that would be true. Han would literally be Force capable, even if he never actually uses it. So Cashel says, as a big fan of Revenge of the Sith, how do you think Anakin reconciles thinking the Jedi are evil because they're trying to overthrow Palpatine, even though he tells Padme he plans on overthrowing Palpatine himself sometime? Bad writing. Oh, sorry. What I mean by that is, I think, honestly, the thought going through his head was very, very simple. The Jedi just wanted to take over because they were power-hungry, mongering idiots, but Anakin was trying to take over to make a better galaxy. Their motives are completely different, so there's no real difficulty there. Anakin is doing what's best for the people, and for his wife. I mean, I disagree with that completely, Dr. Winter, but I suppose that's obvious since I've already said that. Because that's the same argument with, if I can be blunt, real life. I'm going to go back to the quadratic equation thing because that's a great analogy. Everyone in the world could solve quadratic equations. There's nothing physically limiting you from doing quadratic equations, right? Reality might get in the way. You might not have the know-how or the understanding of the interest or the time or the capacity or anything else, but you, everyone, 100% of the people listening to this right now, could go start solving quadratic equations if you put in the time, the effort, etc. I don't feel that makes quadratic equations any less special or interesting or difficult or engaging, nor do I think that diminishes your effort and work involved there too. Everybody can breathe too. So? And that's my thought on that. There are a lot of elites in here. This is impressive. Like, this whole planet has sucked really badly, but this is actually impressive. God, I don't even want to think about how bad the bonus series would be for Hoth. Man, I wish, Yada. That'd be nice. Well, you know the rule, Crazy Norse, if you pull it technically. That's a good question, Dr. Winter. The answer is, of course, I have no idea. I would imagine more than like a 3-week course, you know? Yeah, I agree, Cashel. It's really easy to say Han has Force sensitive because he's never going to be a Jedi. Or a Sith, if we're being honest. He's Han. He doesn't have the anything for that. The mentality, the personality, the interest.
Wait, there's no need for this, is there? We're all reasonable people.
Nobody else in this place has wanted to stop and chat.
My crew is a bit, overeager at times. I'll speak to them about it, I assure you. The survivors, anyway. It so happens that I can give you what you came for without any more of that unpleasant killing business. You want the Republic superweapon? Look around you. This hangar is filled with copies of it, one for every ship in our fleet.
How could that be? It doesn't seem possible.
The Republic doesn't have a monopoly on clever engineers. I propose a trade. You leave here with the weapons, and we leave here with our lives. That's fair, don't you think?
Yeah, that's a pretty fair deal.
Let's talk details. How do we know you'll hand over all the weapons?
We can arrange for...
Oh, sure, you won't kill pirates, but you'll kill Imperials.
Reinforcements have arrived! I see. Stalling until your people were ready to attack.
That's funny.
Let's settle this once and for all.
Don't think we'll go quietly.
Death to pirates, and to the living! Probably a whole lot of mass genocide, Dr. Winter.
So that could have gone better.
Everything was under control until you barged in here.
I'll admit that probably just earned me Tauntaun cleanup duty for the next month. I'd better call in and report.
Aram, that you? Heavy fire. It's a lot of interference. What status?
Sir, we have the null cannon, but there's been a complication.
What was the... Breaking up. Secure for immediate...
Blast it! I can't get the signal back. Now what do we do?
We were sent in here for the null cannon, and now we get it out of here.
We were sent here for one null cannon. Singular. Not dozens. The forces we have can just about hold this hangar long enough to get the prototype out of here, but the rest of these copies... The other pirates will get here soon, and once they have a weapon that can disable a capital ship, how many innocent people will die?
I don't even want to think about pirates armed with null cannons.
Neither do I.
The only way to keep the copies out of the pirates' hands is to overload the null cannon prototype. Wipe out everything in the hangar at once.
It's the only option.
But I'd rather spend months fixing it than live knowing that even one of these copies was left behind.
I mean, duh.
You're right. We can't let even one of these copies fall into the wrong hands.
Stand back.
I mean, honestly, Tor introduces so many super weapons. I'm surprised they can keep track of them all.
I'll go ahead and get the transport ready. I'll see you back at camp.
Cool. Gotta go do my quest. While I'm on the way there, I like the idea that... So, okay, let me walk this back. In my mind, it's absolutely true that there is a lot of, let's call it misinformation about the Force spreading around the galaxy. Probably, at least partially deliberately. None of that interests me, because that's what we call the duh thing. I mean, how do you lose weight in real life? I'm making a point, because that's just one thing that should be common knowledge, and isn't, because it's actually a very complex thing, and there's a hellacious amount of misinformation about it. So, obviously there's going to be misinformation about the Force. Duh. But what's interesting to me is the question, are the Jedi Order deliberately propagating that misinformation, or are they just kind of benefiting from either cultural inertia or even their own presumptions? Because and the distinction here is either the Jedi are lying, or the Jedi don't actually know the truth and are just perpetuating the lie. Also, these are not mutually exclusive. It's just, I'm asking for, like, the Jedi Order as a whole. That's... we'll put that under HUD, Mr. Red. Because it's really more about the HUD design. Like, I can imagine there are probably some very skilled Jedi in the Order who have figured it out and are like, And they keep things going because it's a good thing to keep everything under wraps. As Dr. Winter is emphasizing, they don't want the galaxy filled with Force users all willy-nilly. But I also very firmly think that most of that is probably just Jedi who believe what they've always believed, what everyone's always believed. Nobody questions it, because why would they? There's even demonstrable proof that it works that way, even though it's actually a false positive. And we could do all sorts of stuff with that. Maybe the Jedi initially started off lying like that. Maybe the Jedi didn't find out for years later. Maybe some of the Jedi never found out. Maybe one of the Jedi found out and was drummed out, not because they had to protect the secret, but because they thought he was literally lying, etc., etc., etc. There's a lot of ways we could take that. I mean, doesn't that make sense, Dr. Winter? Even if you ignore malice, if you spent years understanding quadratic equations, wouldn't you also then automatically continue to repeat the fact that it takes years of training to do quadratic equations?
The cloakers
in one
inside,
specific school?
just past those guards. They've got the key code to get in. But these guys aren't too bright. I mean, they're used to Shy Tenna's barks. They jump. We should be able to put one over on them, no problem. I'll follow your lead. Naya Mimgan Kalikam.
Clear out. Property of the White Maw. No one in or out without our say-so.
Let us in unless you two want to share a grave.
Okay, no. I don't actually want to do that. I just wanted to see what happened.
The cloakers inside, just past, but we...
Didn't anyone warn you guys about toffee and ice fever?
No! I'm not sick! I am too young to die! Ah! Oh no! Everyone back up! If this is the ice plague, every drop of infected spittle contains enough virus to kill 12 men!
What are you talking about? They're following it. You got 10 seconds before I scram. To scram before I shoot.
Alright, let me count. 1, 2... Nah, I was never good at math.
Okay, now we've got the proper cutscene.
Maybe there's something I should have explained about con jobs. Duck!
Good advice. Yeah, the problem is Gus is ironically a really terrible liar, despite his profession being con man. I mean, that is a good question, Crazy Horse, and a very valid one. This one right here, Cashel? This is Mega Man X6, I believe. And I am correct, Wolfgang. There's an interesting thought. What if at one point in time the Jedi Order actually refused anybody over a certain age? And that caused so many issues with all the other schools and scams and legitimate other things and Sith that they finally decided, okay, we'll accept you regardless of your age. Just to kind of smooth that out a little bit, you know? Of course, by that point, that's probably too late. Absolutely, Dr. Winter. That is indeed one of the points, is to have all sorts of little micro-organizations that aren't the Jedi Order. Now, the Jedi Order is still the Jedi Order. They're going to be the top dogs because they have access to the time, the resources, the material, the funding, the backing, the political sway, the starships, the seats in the Senate. The Jedi Order are going to be the top dogs. But it doesn't mean there aren't going to be other dogs in the game, right? I mean, Hell's Bells. Cashel, I think it was, mentioned earlier the idea of each senator having their own Jedi advisor. And I think there's a lot of potential for that sentence. I guarantee you there's people who are probably selling drugs to enhance people's force potential that are complete placebos. And, because of how the force works, I like the idea that at least once or twice those placebos actually help someone get in touch with the force.
Sleep, sleep, my little one. Sleep like a setting sun. Rest your eyes and rest your cries, and I will see you when you rise.
Trick! Oh, Trick! Starship's gone, Mama. All gone.
Hush, love. The starships are fine. Get some sleep. Well, if someone had to find out, I'm glad it was you. You've tracked down our secret weapon.
I'm guessing he takes after his dad?
I let him call me Mama because it comforts him. I'm the only one who sees him as a child and not a tool. He's a Kidonak. We call him Trick because that's what he says most often. Meet the White Maw's technological marvel. A poor brain-damaged child with a connection to the Force. When he's scared, he uses it to hide himself. It's his own bad luck the effect is powerful enough to extend over an entire fleet.
So, I've been shot by pirates, mauled by wampas, frozen vital body parts, and there is no cloaking device?
What there is a living child who suffers every minute he's with the White Maw. He can't use the Force consciously. It only works if he's terrified, so they torture him to keep him in a constant state of fear.
Jesus.
I've seen how you look at me. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for a hero.
I don't understand that first option. You don't have to buy me?
You want me to help? Convince me it's the right thing. Not just that you're willing to sell yourself to get it.
Then look at him. He has the mind of a child. Is there any way it can be wrong to save him from a life of torture? Leave me here. I can take it. But it's killing Trick.
I think you're clever to survive the Wampas and listen to the fish dog spill our secrets.
Go tell your master you need a new kennel. I'm taking this one.
No one sets himself against Rogan the Butcher and survives. You're dead. This time I'll make sure it sticks. Okay. You're not even elite. You're dead. You're dead. Hey guys, your boss is dead.
Whoa! Lay off! Stop shooting! If Shy Tenna's not cracking the whip, we've got no call to fight you. The White Maw cut us loose. And it looks like the lady isn't so keen on keeping up the attack. So where to next, boss?
Where? Is he talking to me?
Are you ready to be my pirate queen?
You make it sound like so much fun. I just don't know if... The Tabana mine ships on Bespin. We'll hit them like we planned. Ready the fleet. Blasters at the go. Say, that was easy.
You heard the lady. Get marching.
Conventional shields only. As long as I'm in charge, Trick is off limits.
I hear about anyone messing with the boy, you'll answer to me.
I don't know how to thank you, Captain, but I can probably come up with something. Come on, boys. Let's show the Captain what we can do.
Are you gonna try to kill me? God damn it. Ugh. Alright, let me murder everybody. Hang on.
Captain, Lieutenant Cole is here. We, met earlier. That business with the ship-to-ship sensors? I spoke to Senator Dodonna and verified your assignment, but there's a few things to clear up before you leave.
I'm here. What do you need?
I'd rather talk in person. I'm taking over Major Pannon's duties, and I want to clear up his records. Just drop by his office before you head off planet, alright?
Okay. And that looks like we're at nothing but turn-ins. Thank God. Now, let's go do some turn-ins. Let's see here. Can droids or artificial life use the Force, or do you need a bit of organicness to use it? That's a good question, which I don't have an answer for, but that is a damn good question. It could also be said the Jediable, any Force user not part of the Order, it's a Sith part of the Sith. Oh, lie about... What? 15 more quests! No! No, God. Let me get out of this white. The white.
Excellent work. I knew we could trust you to fry those computers.
Screw you, buddy.
Good to know who the Republic can count on. I'll be sure to put in a word for you with command.
I'm just happy that the Republic's secrets are safe.
That makes two of us. I can't stress how important your efforts have been. You've kept the Republic's secrets out of the pirates' hands, and the Empire's. Thanks to you, we can rest easier tonight.
So then the Jedi lie about any Force user not being part of the Order as a Sith, apart from the Sith, to keep the lie going as a way to purge the rest of the Force users. Possibly. Possibly. Again, we'll have to decide how culpable the Jedi Order is in the misinformation, both deliberate and unintentional.
It's a shame about the prototype. Blasted pirates must have mucked it up.
It's already been shot, smashed, and frozen. I'm sure the null cannon can be repaired again.
It's a setback, but we'll recover. I'm not about to let one little explosion stand between us and victory. You've hit the Empire where it hurts today. I've already contacted Republic Command. They know what you've done for us here, and I'll make sure the Senate knows it too.
Will you be leaving Hoth immediately?
Soon. I don't have to tell you how much I'm looking forward to frying some Imperial starships. We'll have the null cannon up and running in no time. You ought to come back and see her in action.
It's going to take months, sir. Maybe a year.
Engineers, always predicting the worst. Mark my words, we will have that null cannon shooting Imperials out of the sky before you know it. You did good work here. If I had a dozen men like you, this war would be over already.
Probably. Think on the worst side. They could have a dozen people like me, too. Yeah, that's straight padding. Think about what World Quest rep grind is going to be, Mr. Ed. It's going to be padding. So, Dr. Winter also adds, many of the smaller sects would band together, no? I could see some of them banding together. I could also see some of them banding together and failing miserably at it. But I could see there being other Force factions other than the Jedi Order. I just don't think anyone's ever going to be as big as the Jedi Order. When you have that much inertia, especially politically, you're probably going to stay on top. Let's see here. So, DJT, whoa, says, could there be a reason they don't want the Jedi being married or having children because they don't want a Super Force Singularity baby? So one of the biggest reasons why I don't like the idea of the Force being genetic is because that opens up the possibility of genetic engineering, basically. I'm not even talking about, like, test tube babies. I'm talking, all right, you're super force sensitive, and you're super force sensitive. Go have kids. Yeah, exactly. We don't need the Bene Gesserit. Hell, this was even in Dragon Age, if you remember. People, because mage talent is actually genetic in Dragon Age, so you can breed in and breed out the eugenics of being a mage. Now, here's the really messed up part. So, obviously, there's no genetic, there's no eugenics, there's no DNA of force usage. But maybe the people in the setting don't know that.
Thank you for coming. So, according to Major Pannon's files, you are attempting to acquire the White Maw's cloaking technology. You have anything to report?
By the time I got to it, there was nothing left to bring back.
I'll certainly mention that to the Senator. I see Major Pannon had already suggested a dedicated military unit as a better choice than freelancers. So, if you have no other business here, have a speedy journey. Hoth is no place for civilians.
Sure thing, Agent Asshole. But yeah, no, that's my point. We could, narratively, we as writers can have our cake and eat it too. Because we can have a situation where anyone can use the Force, but they think it's genetic. Now, obviously that could lead to the same blue blood thing we were just talking about, which I think we should do. I think there absolutely would be people, even if it's false, who would be going out of their way to try and, dynasty and eugenics the Force, right? No, the really messed up part is when you start getting into the opposite of that. Imagine how many Jedi and or Sith would try to wipe out Force usage by taking out certain specific people in order to wipe out certain bloodlines.
So, Captain, funny running into you here. You're making a habit of saving my life. I mean, thank you for freeing me from this place and that sadistic jerk, and, what do you say we make this a permanent arrangement?
Yes.
Grab a bunk and come along. Should be good for some laughs.
No, just listen. I know Rogan. I could help you with... Did you say yes?
Uh-huh.
You remind me of me, kid. Without the fins and gills and stuff.
Oh, you won't regret this. I'm going to try to be exactly like you. Just let me get my things, and adjust the humidity in your ship. My skin is really sensitive to... never mind.
Well, there's this thing called politics, Loke. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. Whoops, wrong way. Yeah, Corso, you're fired. We're leaving you on Hoth. Gus, you're the new Corso. I was actually thinking about that, Nero's Ass. Maybe the Chosen One prophecy, which, let's be clear, will be a lie, could be entirely designed around one side or the other, desperately trying to build, do the Bene Gesserit thing. Like, they deliberately crafted bloodlines for decades and decades trying to build this Chosen One bloodline. And it's like, there! Behold, our Chosen One! And it's all bunk. None of it means anything.
So what's the report, Captain? I have to say I was expecting better results from you. What happened to the White Maw's cloaking technology?
There was an unfortunate blaster misfire. The tech didn't make it.
This arrangement seems to be serving you far better than it served me.
Incoming call, Captain. That Darmus is on the other line.
Come look me up anytime.
So good to get you in, Captain. I trust you're finished playing White Knight to poor little smugglers. If you're finding yourself at loose ends now, a business opportunity has presented itself that I thought might interest you.
Why do I suspect this opportunity will involve me getting shot at?
No risk, no reward, right? Why don't you meet me at Port Nowhere, and we can discuss it. Perhaps over a game of sabacc.
I mean, that's happened a few times during doffing, but my first thought goes towards Wind Waker. Yeah, there's this big prophecy about the chosen hero, and it was all bunk. But Link just kind of... Where's Port Nowhere? Did it anyways. Where's Port Nowhere? That's true. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest would also qualify. I didn't even think about that. Where's Port Nowhere? Huh. Right. Let's talk to Corso.
I hope I've been some help to you, Captain. Because you've sure taught me a lot. I mean, I'd done my share of fighting, but you've got it down to an art.
There's no one I'd rather have at my back.
Thanks, Captain. I know you don't say that lightly.
I'm lying through my teeth. That's it? That's it? God, you suck. You are the worst, Corso. Okay, hang on. Let's see if we can actually go there now. Hey, Port Nowhere. Corso fixed it. He was holding the controls hostage until we talked to him. Thank you, Hive King. Always appreciate that support. Thank you. If you want to put it towards something, do please let me know. I mean, he really was. He was literally holding the keys. Oh, we can swap him out now. Hang on. Let's get in a real companion, shall we?
Maybe not so much fighting today.
No promises. Okay.
Ah, what a moment for the Holo albums. Standing with two of the galaxy's most famous, or should I say, notorious spacers. Captain, I'd like to introduce you to Vaz Treniff. He's, how do I say this delicately?
I rob ships.
I thought you'd appreciate knowing that more than one of his hits has been against Rogan the Butcher.
Wish I could have been there to see that.
I'm the last one who was that's still standing. That mug's been coming after my crew since the last job we pulled on him. Picked them off one by one.
I remember this guy. I think he was ahead of you on Rogan's Whose Face I Want to Smash In personally list.
Now the Hutts have my best vault cracker. We don't stop them, they'll sell him to Rogan for the price of his head.
What's this we?
Vaz's partner, Combo, was taken by the Hutts while doing preliminary scouting for what could be the heist of the millennium. An Imperial Treasury starship, the King's Ransom, is in orbit just off Nar Shaddaa. I don't have to tell you the kind of credits we're talking about.
Rogan's never had the guts to go after an Imperial Treasury ship directly.
You could be righteous and rich. I figured you'd want in.
I'm always ready to kill a few Imperials for the cause. The cause being getting me lots and lots of money.
We'll split the haul 50-50, but we need to rescue Combo first.
Rogan's Lieutenant Strillith is going to pick Combo up at a Hutt cartel safe house on Nar Shaddaa. Vaz has the coordinates.
I'll meet you there. If we don't manage to rescue Combo, deal's off.
Okay. I don't need the money, so that's whatever, but sure. To Nar Shaddaa. I mean, who doesn't use Republic credits? Delicious puppies. Let's see here. So if you go with the Jedi making up lies to control the Force, I think it would also fit well for an arc to Yoda being told the truth, all the lies, and then when he's mentoring Luke, he tells him on his deathbed. That's an interesting idea. I'm not sure the way I would take that, though. That's also zooming in the camera too far. That's a little bit past what we're designing. I do like making money, that's true. That's not true. I don't actually like making money. I like economics. But, you know, it's okay. Once I get independently wealthy, I'll be fine. But no, it's a good idea, DJT. It's just, Reload and I have a saying. You don't want to zoom the camera in too far when you're still working on the beginnings of a project. You wildly lose focus that way. Like, let's say for a moment that I'm writing a story about some kind of emotional vampire. Vampire or something like that. And I want you to imagine that I get all zoomed in on this one specific character and what they're doing in this one specific scene, rather than keep myself zoomed out and try to figure out how the Vanth work, what the overall story arc is, general plot construction, etc. Now, some writers do that, and that's fine. I am not one of them. I prefer to zoom out, and then in, and then in, and then in. Yeah, someone's already added it to the list, Nero says, if you believe it. No, you didn't do that, Mr. Red. I was using that as a specific example, because it's a thing, right? Like I said, some writers prefer to do that. I am not one of them. I prefer to keep the camera zoomed out until I've got an idea of the whole structure. If I zoom in too hard and too fast, you get Harry Potter, to use a specific example.
Vehicle paths are currently open for business.
I should have just warped, whatever. So, if the game let you, which companions would you kill? Jay Palmer asks. Let me pull up a list of companions so I can answer that. Give me a second. Obviously, I'd kill Corso. Duh. But give me a second, give me a second. So, let's see. I'm going to ignore the Jedi Knight and Jedi Consular because I don't remember them. I'm going to leave Jorgen okay. I don't hate him that much. Let's see. We're killing Corso. I actually like Quinn as a character. I don't think I'd kill him. I think turning him really is the move I would make there. I would kill Pierce, though. And Brunmark. And Kemval. And Zalek. And Kaleo. And Vector. And Dr. Loken. And Scorpio. And Skadge. There you go. Wow, that's a lot of Imperial companions I'd kill. Oof.
Are you deaf? I asked for Iridonian hearts.
Listen, Gigapudding, tell you what. I'll give you Vector after wiping his brain. You can do whatever you want with him.
Get lost.
The problem with Loken is that he's smart and evil. Loken is extremely dangerous. He's probably one of the most dangerous of the companions. He's a threat, and a big one. This looks like the goods, alright. Step back, Hoke. He's still ours until the credits change hands. Rogan already said what he'll pay. It's not subject to negotiation.
Everything is subject to negotiation.
I've heard of you, Captain. Never thought I'd meet such a notorious thorn in the great Rogan's side. You stole from Rogan. You let him live, the deal's off. It's a private business arrangement. I'll have to ask you to leave. Unless you're planning to make an offer.
How long do you want to gamble that Rogan's empire stays bigger than mine?
Interesting question. We've noticed your rise, Captain. Your alliance with Rogan's former White Maw gives you a lot of influence in the Outer Rim. Rogan will kill you if you make a deal with this scum. I don't know when he turned into a goblin. Are you threatening me? Do you really think Rogan would war against the entire Hutt cartel on your word?
Kill everyone here, Captain. Who's to say who did it? Stroth's not known for working things out peacefully.
Vaz! I knew you'd save me, Vaz, buddy. I just knew it.
Frame Rogan for killing Rascuro. You cut off his ties to the entire Hutt cartel.
Rogan's already butted up against cartel controls. It wouldn't take much to convince them he'd attacked.
You wouldn't dare! This is actually a tough question. What do you think? Because he's right. If we kill this Hutt and blame it on Rogan, that's awful. After all, everyone knows we work well with the Hutts. We have consistently since the beginning of the game. So, obviously, we're on the Hutt's side in all this. Screw it. I don't think I've ever done this.
Let's end this boring conversation.
Gross. Gross.
Don't hurt me.
Gross. What the crap was that? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Hear me! I'm a Jedi!
Who said that? Oh, Gus said that. Okay.
Told you I wouldn't let them hold you.
I told them you'd come for me, Vaz. They didn't think you could do it. Thanks lots for bringing Vaz here. I was real scared without him.
I'll doctor the scene a bit, make it unmistakable that Stroth was the one who turned on the Hutt.
Cutting Rogan off from the Hutt should cut his influence considerably.
Can't call yourself a crime lord if there's no Hutts to buy what you're selling. Now we hit the Imperial treasure ship. Darmus made arrangements for us to use one of the Republic's secret shuttle pads to get up there. I'll transmit the specs and meet you. Then we'll bilk those Imperials out of more credits than you've ever seen.
Oh no, it's totally gonna backfire, but I've never done that, so, you know, why not? Yes, Oculus, and I agree. Why I'm playing it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I can kill him? Sweet! I love killing people. I love it so much. Yeah, no, I agree. Rogan and Voidwolf, both so far are probably going to be negatives. They're really not working for me as big overarching enemies. Probably of Act 3 as well. I think. I actually don't remember. Whoops.
Surprised to see me? Who do you think pulled the strings to let you use this shuttle pad? Darmus told me what you're doing. It's quite heroic, really. The Treaty of Coruscant forbids official strikes on non-military vessels. We're lucky you're not bound by that.
I always try to look out for the little guy.
Just a warning, then. The Empire is moving reinforcements into the area. I'd hate to see that handsome face blown into space debris. The shuttle pad's right over there.
You know, honestly, I'm not sure if wiping out the Hutts would be a net positive or negative on the galaxy. There's worse than huts, after all.
This is the ship we'll use to rendezvous. It's Imperial salvage, so it's good camo. Combo's cracked a signal we need to dock with the King's ransom.
If the rest of this goes that smoothly, I'm taking you on all my jobs.
Don't jinx us. Bay's filled with empty cargo containers. Me and Combo will hide in one while you pilot us in.
In one?
After you secure the hangar bay, pop us, and we'll loot the vaults from inside.
Will you hold my hand, Vaz? You know I don't like the dark.
Didn't I show you I won't let anything hurt you, bud? Just climb in. Nice and easy.
Oh, agreed, Crazy Norse.
Spring us when we're clear.
And yeah, the truth is, the huts in many ways fill the same fictional slot that the Mafia usually does. Like, a lot of fiction does that. There's usually the organized crime group, and they're usually not as bad can get, right? You know, they're businessmen. They have an interest in keeping things running and keeping things functional. There's a logic to that. You get rid of the Kingpin, much worse fills in his place. And I mean the Kingpin from Spider-Man, not just the generic terminology. Sure.
Hey, what are you doing poking around here? The only arrival code we've received is for Imperial Starship 2423 T6H3L5. Pilot Lieutenant Commander Anaya Aurelia Cleone of the Chiss Alliance.
I love killing morons like you.
What? What are you...
Nice. Hit the vaults, Combo. When he's got the security down, we should split up. Hit as many vaults as we can before they lock down again. Meet you back here when we're done.
I was gonna say, Spider-Man PS4 covered that incident. And yeah, that happened several times in the comics. Almost every time Fisk went down, something much worse came up in his place. Hell, Batman has done this thing before, with, of all things, the Joker. Not quite the same, but you get the idea. Good night, Nerozez. Have a good one. But yeah, some of the more well-written comics tend to drift into that territory. No, fiction in general.
Boom!
And of course, below the huts and their slime, there's things like the Sith. And let's be very, very clear. If the Sith take over, that's extraordinarily bad. Yeah, as a bad example. I shouldn't have used that one, Crazy Norse. I was just using it as an example because there are times when the Joker has been taken down, and then immediately everyone else, you know, jumps up and is like, ah, we're evil. Like, that's happened a few times, too. What you're saying, Surura, is that you're tough on crime. Everybody who commits any offense must be immediately, summarily executed. But right now, we're robbing the crap out of the Imperials, Latario. We're probably going to piss off Rogan, but honestly, we've seen so little of Rogan and the Void Wolf. At this point, I'm not even sure they're characters in this story. I like the idea that the Jedi Knight, excuse me, the Jedi Order, rather than calling them police, calling them Interpol. Which I know stands for International Police, but damn it! There's a difference. Yes, the Void Wolf. Sorry, thank you, Giga. The Void Wolf. Fair, Crazy Norse. I'm sorry, I don't understand the idea, DJT. It's okay, we're not actually at war with the Empire at this exact moment in time. That happens in between Act 2 and Act 3, and we're still in Act 2. So we're cool to rob them. That's a good question, Dr. Winter. However, the answer is, of course, not. After all, a very good example of a villain we barely interact with who is rather well designed is Sephiroth. God, yes I do, Caspian. The primary planetary was bad in its own right, but, oh god, not having to do the bonus series? That's amazing. Don't stand in front of the door. I still think this music is appropriate for this mission. Change my mind. I don't have the mug. Change my mind. My overall point, though, is that I do think that this arc is pretty weak. And I can point to specific elements of why you just murdered those people. But ultimately, I think it's just because this arc is kind of weak on the arc side of things. There's individual moments I like and individual quests I like. But I do think Act 2 is going to get a negative or two for just kind of being there. Whoop, hello. If you don't give me all your macaroons right now, well, you're dead, so. Were you just hanging out in the vault? Just chilling? So, what do you want to bet that the dude's about to betray us once we're getting out of here? Any takers? Well, you see, J. Palmer, it's to open the... No! Orcano! You were too good for this laser.
Promoted him far beyond his station.
What do the Dark Lords possibly see in this scheme to replace soldiers of the Empire with pathetic, lawless criminals?
Who are you? How did you get in here?
I'm a pathetic, lawless criminal.
If you don't have any valuables, I'll move to the next vault. Carry on.
The ship is under attack. Call for reinforcements. The Void Wolf!
The King's ransom is under attack. I command you to use all your fleet's resources to drive off this invasion.
Now, as you always remind me, I wasn't born to the Imperial military, so I may have the power structure wrong, but I'm pretty blasted sure I outrank you.
Okay, in that one sentence, I suddenly like the Void Wolf.
We need to stop meeting like this.
You're the one they're begging me to save them from? I guess there are things pathetic, lawless criminals are good for after all.
You're bound by the rules of warfare to send reinforcements when an Imperial vessel is under attack.
Oh, did I not mention? The Empire just declared war on the Republic and all its representatives.
Oh, hey.
And as Article 17 of the Zyos Convention states, an Imperial Admiral is justified in destroying Imperial targets at risk of falling into enemy hands. With the Captain's track record, I just can't take that chance.
What are 3 Moths doing on this ship?
There's an Imperial battlecruiser attacking the ship. The whole thing's gonna blow.
Seriously, why are 3 Moths here? I mean, they're all dead. Bye. Enjoy your death. Bye. They're all dead. Bye.
I'm a Jedi.
Hang on, I gotta loot this place really quick. While we're here. Frozen biomass. Biological storage crate. The bonus objective was called Leave Nothing Behind. Oh, that would be messed up. Make a Skullmon Spockmon. Hi, your ship's under attack. Maybe don't fight me? Okay, whatever. We can all flee together. I'm cool with it. There's plenty of room on my ship. Okay, no, there isn't. But surely you have ships that you can flee in? You've got a hangar. Right? Do they have a hangar?
My friend is going to get you!
Yeah, you know what? We'll throw Corso out. Oh, it's time to be betrayed.
Let's launch the ship.
Or not. Wow, I'm not being betrayed right here? Holy crap. I figured this would be the perfect time to betray me. Oh yeah, no, the Killicks are really messed up, Mr. Ed, ain't they? They need to go away. Who's more evil, Palpatine or Tarkin? Tarkin! 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 Tarkin. We did it! Wait, hold on. There we go. We made it.
I hate Imperials. Crazier than a Hutt on Glitterstim. What kind of morons blow up their own ship so it don't get looted?
Seriously.
Whole Empire's filled with folks who'd poison their own soup just to kill the guy across the table.
Here's to the Republic chasing them back into dark space. Let's split and then let's split, you know? I don't want to chance anyone following. How much do we get?
Oh, wow. I could be evil and betray him. Which I will not do, of course. Remember, we do care about our rep, after all.
Here's everything I got. What do you have?
I'll have Combo tally. He's good with numbers and honest like a Jedi. Been nice working with you, Captain. You're good people. Come on, Combo. Let's go see what kind of hidey hole this haul can buy us.
Thanks, Captain.
Keep me in mind. Am I keeping the Jedi Temple? Probably.
Hands off the Senator.
Captain, I thought you were dead. The ship, I saw it explode.
I thought you were dead too. Rogan's gonna be real happy I didn't get here too late. The rest of you sick the Soroks on the lady. I'm taking this one on personal. I'm gonna kill them all so quickly that— oh god! Oh god! We're all dead! Oh no! I am also dead! Ugh.
So, Captain, are you the bad luck that keeps getting me attacked, or the lucky charm who keeps rescuing me?
Yes.
What are those things? Have you ever seen an animal like this?
I've seen a lot of weird stuff, but those I would remember.
Well, I'll pay good money to find out what they are, and how Rogan the Butcher got his hands on them. He's just managed to move himself from thorn in my side to public enemy #1.
If you need someone to bring you Rogan's head on a plate, look no further.
What a lovely offer. Most men stick to boring old flowers and jewels. Rogan is the Void Wolf's most dangerous tool.
She just keeps flirting with me.
I think the time has come to take down—
I'm not even flirting back. She's just flirting with me. Here, I'll flirt back.
Can you steeple your fingers and say, "Together we can rule the world"?
Stick with me, love. And you don't need to stop at one world. Perhaps we should take some time and strategize. Alone.
What? Are you ashamed of me?
A senator and some scruffy pirate? You have to admit it'll draw some looks. Are you so eager to show me off? I have a room just off the shuttle bay.
Oh my god.
Oh, I guess that was my cue to leave, huh?
Let's go.
I think we're cheating on, well, I've always wanted to have sex with a senator.
Don't say anything, Captain. I've got no interest in awkward pillow talk. Go to Darmus on Port Nowhere. Find out anything he knows about Rogan's business and those things that attacked me. I'm sure I'll be seeing you again soon.
We literally just had sex with a senator. Where am I? Yeah, let me go to the spaceport. Let's go to Port Nowhere and do that thing before we chop off for the day. How's that sound? It was difficult, Giga. It's very difficult. That was probably one of the more awkward sex scenes in this game. That's saying something. I mean, have you ever seen BioWare sex scenes? Good lord. Yeah, hey Risha, I'm about to have sex with this random senator. Is that cool? What? It's okay, it's just politics. So, the next planet I'm pretty sure is... Wait, is it Belsavis or Voss? I actually don't remember. It's Belsavis. Okay. No, we're doing Hoth again. No. No. That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow. We'll be doing that tomorrow. Hang on. Where's let's get to Port Nowhere. You know what? Hang on. Let's talk to Risha. Hopefully she's not mad at me for, you know, having sex with a senator.
If I'm going to take over Dubrillion, I can't keep looking for allies in the same old places. The scum of the galaxy isn't as useful when you're stealing a throne. I need a better class of accomplices.
You can't steal anything big without some corrupt officials on your payroll.
There are some interesting rumors out of Dubrillion. Turns out the aristocracy is unhappy with the king. Some nobles are secretly rebelling.
Taxes are the leading cause of rebellions. I bet that's the problem.
You have such a wonderfully simple view of politics. It terrifies me how often you're right. Dubrillion is turning into another Alderaan. A new queen could prevent that, assuming she had the aristocracy's support. But that means taking this game to a new level. You up for that?
I got your back. My one true love, who I would never cheat on.
I'm not leaving you until you're sitting pretty on that throne. And not even then.
I'll have to find you a political appointment. Maybe something in sanitation? I've put out feelers to some key Dubrillion nobles. When one of them bites, be ready to pounce. In the meantime, we have plenty of other business to keep us occupied.
Yep, that's what I've been doing. Staying occupied. Look, I'm scared of her, Giga Pudding. She knows where I sleep. She could kill me without me even noticing it coming. Alright, Port Nowhere. Port Nowhere. There it is. Hang on, Latario. Let's see here. Latario. If I could go back in time and watch one historical event, not alter it, what would it be? The birth of my niece. With permission, obviously.
Welcome back, Captain. Senator Dodana's already called to rave about how you just saved her life. Meaning the whole Republic's backing you when you finally take down Rogan. Not bad for somebody from the wrong side of the hyperlane.
When did you two decide that I want to start hunting down the most brutal gangster in the entire galaxy?
Unless you like being ambushed in every spaceport, I don't think the Butcher's given you much choice. You're definitely off to a good start. He's lost a lot of influence since you cut him off from the Hutts. Let me get the Senator on the link. She's going to want to hear what I found.
What is it? And talk quickly. I got pulled out of a vote for this.
Creatures Rogan sent at you seem to be cybernetically modified versions of native Vossian wildlife.
Voss?
As far as I know, No native animal has ever been legally exported off Voss.
Is this somewhere I should have heard of?
Voss is a newly discovered world. Very isolationist. They're governed by some strange cult of Force users. I'll try to wrangle you a landing permit, but it'll take time.
We shouldn't wait. Rogan's finally vulnerable, and the captain's gained quite a reputation recently. If anyone's going to conquer his criminal empire, Captain, this is the time, and you're the man with the crown.
I wouldn't turn down the chance to rule the galactic underworld with an iron fist.
Unfortunately, the only one who knew all of Rogan's secrets was his mentor, Ivory. And he disappeared years ago.
That's not entirely true. Rogan's predecessor was arrested by the Republic. To my knowledge, he's still incarcerated in a top-secret facility on Belsavis. This is highly restricted knowledge. Even within the Senate, not everyone knows of Belsavis. You must not repeat any part of this.
If this Ivory's been locked up long enough, we should be able to buy his cooperation with a few rolls of spice and some shaving cream.
It may take months to get the permits for Voss. Belsavis will be easier.
Ivory and Rogan were like father and son. If you can find him, you'll know Rogan's hideouts, stashes, things we'd never find ourselves.
This is a man who used to sell children to the Hutts for gladiatorial games. The Republic will insist on tight restrictions for dealing with him. But it's worth it. If you're going to war with Rogan, Belsavis will be your first battleground. I'll get the permits in order.
Rogan has no idea who's coming after him.
You notice how we just kind of segued into Act 3 without even really officially leaving Act 2, by the way? I'm not sure what I think of that. It's just interesting the way they do that. And it looks like now we're going to Belsavis. Yay. So, somebody asked which of my nieces. My most recent niece, my youngest, I saw her less than a day after she was born. The middle one I saw about a week after she was born. The oldest one I saw close to 6 months after she was born. So the choice is obvious. Hey, upgrades. I like upgrades. Hang on a second. What does my helmet look like right now? Oh my god, I've got to keep that on at least a little bit. Just for a little bit.
Behold! No one will defeat me in my ultimate weapon.
Let me update the HUD really quick. Smuggler's actually doing pretty decently. I'm a little impressed. I have played worse. Recently. Yep, looks like that's it. Yes, I am the Screed Slaver. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, hopefully with no dental visits this time. We're gonna go see some companion stuff. And then we're gonna do Belsavis.